basic education. Good morning to its entities, the leadership of Umalusi and the leadership of SACE, and everyone in the platform. Good morning. I'm not sure if we do have the executive in our meeting, the minister and DM. However, may you please flag the agenda and.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will, if you will allow, while I am on the platform, just to give you the roll call for the meeting. I have Honourable Aduans. I have Honourable Yabo, Honourable Letsie, Honourable Moratsetla, Honourable Nodada, Honourable Van der Walt, Honourable Van Zyl, Honourable Mashabela, Honourable Mokotho, and Honourable Boshoff on the platform. The apologies I have, of course, is for Chairperson as well as Honourable Sukers, who may not be with us this morning. I do have an apology from Honourable Van Zyl. I see that she is on the platform, but she may have connectivity problems. I've also received apologies for both Minister and Deputy Minister, who won't be able to be with us this morning. Chairperson, I see DG is on the platform, but I do know that he's in the Eastern Cape on monitoring, and he also may experience some connectivity problems, but I see that they are on the platform. Chairperson, thank you. I will now give the agenda for the meeting, if you just give me a second.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown. Members, here's the agenda for this meeting. We will start with the budget review 2023-2024 and APPs of Council for Quality Assurance in General and Further Education and Training, Umalusi. And we'll get a presentation from Umalusi, and the second presentation will be the APPs and the budget of South African Council for Educators. And then we'll deal with consider the minutes and reports. And then we'll also have to deal with the program, Mr. Brown, for a draft program for our second quarter. In other businesses that we'll have to deal with as the committee. After we allow the two entities and the department to excuse us, then we'll have to deal with those outstanding items. So there is our agenda, members. May I get a mover and a seconder for this agenda? Is there anyone who would want to adopt the agenda? I can't seem to find where do I see if members have raised their hands or not. Can you assist me, Mr. Brown? I'm using a different gadget today.
Chairperson, I have Honourable Moratsetla who has raised his hand.
Okay. Prosper?
My chair, once more, good morning to everyone on the platform. I rise to move that this agenda be accepted as is. Thank you.
Thank you. Any seconder, Mr. Brown?
I'm waiting for hands, Honourable Aduans, for a seconder.
Members. Honorable members, can we move to second the agenda?
Chair, it's
What's happening
Honorable
today?
van der Walt, I'll
Today is
second.
Ma van der Walt, 2 seconds. Can you flag the agenda again, Mr. Brown?
Chairperson, I hope you can see the agenda. It's still on, it's being flighted as we speak.
No, I see it. I muted myself, sorry. But I was saying, let us start with our meeting, and I open the meeting officially by welcoming everyone in the platform. As we have indicated in the apologies that we don't have the minister and the DM in our midst, now would take it that the DG of the department will lead the 2 entities.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Honorable Chair.
You know, you normally struggle with network when you are traveling.
Now the DG is on the platform. He's busy speaking, Chair.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members. Today is the day of Umalusi and SACE. We are just chairs, and both the Council of Umalusi Management and the Board of SACE and Management would be leading the presentation of their presentations of their APP. So there's not much to say from our side, Chair. I'm sorry about connectivity if I'm not clear or perhaps not audible from your side. But today we are just supporting Umalusi and SACE in presenting their APP. Thank you, Chair.
I'm afraid the chair appears to have muted herself. Can somebody
No,
come to?
I've just unmuted.
Can you hear me?
No, we
I
heard
heard
every word you
everything.
said. We heard everything.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much, DG.
The main players and the sole players are Umalusi and SACE. And I want to acknowledge the CEOs and the chairs of the council and the board. I haven't had the luxury to check them. You'll pardon me because I'm driving, Chair. Thank you.
So you are a spectator.
Not only a spectator, but also cheering.
Order, Rispal. Let me then hand over to Umalusi, Dr. Raku.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I'm ready to go.
Sorry about that, members.
Chairperson, I'm
Can you
ready
hear me
to
now,
go.
Dr. Raku? Pardon?
Clearly, Chair. Clearly.
Okay. I don't know if it's you who's going to lead with the presentation, but let me allow you and the team to take us through. You have 45 minutes
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Or less, if you can do it within the 45 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Stella, Mr. van der Walt, anybody who's going to share? Llewellyn, will you allow us the sharing rights?
I have allowed sharing rights. Thank you.
Stella, are you coming on? Please confirm. Thank you. Slide mode, please. Good morning, Honorable Acting Chairperson, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education, DG Mweli, colleagues from the Department of Basic Education, and my counterpart from SACE and the SACE board, colleagues from Umalusi. I believe, Chairperson, that you have received the apology of Professor Eunice Balim, Chairperson of Umalusi Council. Prof. Balim would have loved to be with us in this important meeting. Unfortunately, he had a long-standing commitment. Stella, can you do not the presenters mode, please? We see the presenters mode, do the normal presentation. You can go to display settings and correct it there. Hello, Stella. As I introduce the members of,
trying to do that.
As I introduce the members of the Umalusi delegation, I have with me Mr. Hendrik van der Walt, Chief Financial Officer, Mezoda Mudimakwani, who is the Executive Manager for Quality Assurance and Monitoring, Mr. Emmanuel Sibanda, Executive Manager for Qualifications and Research, Ms. Stella Musimechi, Senior Manager for Strategy and Governance, Mr. Bikili Potter, Senior Manager for Public Relations and Communications, Dr. Eva Suji, Senior Manager for Qualifications, Curriculum, and Certification. These are the colleagues who are with me in this meeting. We'll proceed, despite the fact that we've got the presenters mode. In the interest of time, we'll just proceed. We are presenting today Umalusi 2023-24 APP and budget to the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education, and want to thank the chairperson and the members of the Portfolio Committee for the opportunity. We'll be focusing on the mandate of the organization and also the strategic focus. And I'll be sharing the presentation with Ms. Stella Musimechi, who will be looking at strategic focus and measuring performance. And then we'll look at the budget for 2023, 2024, 2025, 2026, which will be presented by the CFO. As we come to the budget item, I wish to appeal to the members of the Portfolio Committee to look at the inadequacy of the Umalusi budget. This is an organization that has to do quality assurance for the whole country, from Cape Town to Messina, from Richards Bay in the east to Springbok in the west. And the small budget that we have, that results in our staff being overworked, that results in high staff turnover rate, that results in burnout, and that results in the loss of institutional memory, and of course, instability. And with the DG in the meeting saying he's going to be cheering us, I think he's going to be cheering us also on the item on the budget of an institution that has to do such a massive task for the country. And yet we overstretch our staff because we have to do the work of quality assurance, and people work long hours, and ultimately they leave the organization or they get sick because of burnout. Chairperson, I'm going to focus on the mandate of Umalusi. That is the next slide, Stella. We derive our mandate from the constitution of the country, Chapter 2 of the Constitution says everyone has a right to education. Your slides are not moving on my side, Stella. They are standing still. As I proceed, we've got the National Qualifications Framework, which establishes Umalusi as a quality council. And then we've got the GenFEDQA Act, General and Further Education and Training Quality Assurance Act, which assigns Umalusi the responsibility for quality assurance of general and further education and training. I'm moving on, but on my side, the slides are still. Can you hear me, colleagues? Honorable members?
CEO, maybe let's help first. Who's controlling the slides?
Mr. Lamsimehi.
It's me, Mr. Brown.
Okay, can you, it's Honorable Litsia, can you go to the top bar there, bar and display settings?
I'm with a technician. We're trying everything. We don't know why it's from on our side, the slides are moving.
Okay, take it off and then bring it back. Okay?
Restart, okay. Let's do slash. Is it visible, CEO?
Still in that old mode that is just not moving.
Where is your
it in the
cursor? Move a
presenters mode.
cursor. Let them move a cursor. I want to see where's the cursor. You also can see the cursor, CEO.
I can't see the cursor on my side.
Yeah.
You can't see it.
I suggest that they take it off and then reload it again.
Just take it off. Stop sharing and load it again.
Maybe CFO, maybe try to share from your side because now time is running out.
I will do so if you just remove yours, because currently I'm still seeing yours.
Yeah. And I'm going to share the whole screen. Please share the whole screen.
On a lighter note, IT capacity is not because of the budget with at Umalusi.
I saw it coming.
We can
offer
offer it for free. That one will offer it for free. Honorable has started to do that already.
Can you see anything?
There's no movement, Stella.
Stella, leave the meeting if you can't take off the.
Just leave the meeting, Stella, and rejoin.
All right.
Now, who is the BBT here? Is it me or somebody else?
And the BBT stands for Born Before Technology.
Yeah.
Stella, have you left the meeting? Yeah.
But we are still viewing her screen.
Stella, leave the meeting, please. Stella.
The Director General is responsible for all this. Lack of
members, I'm aware that we are all struggling with network, but maybe Ms. Stella Mosimenge, can you leave the meeting and come back? Because I see your mic is on, is unmuted. Can you leave and then come back? Because I'm
on the phone with her. Sorry, honorable members, I'm on the phone with her. She's left the meeting, but her computer is playing up. Yeah, she's ultimately left. Thank you, Stella. You have ultimately left. Thank you. Hendrik, will you please share? Slide
Chair,
mode.
the CEO is getting the presentation ready. Can you protect me against Honorable Murwathetla, because Umalusi has got its own accounting officer.
Protected, DG.
Hendrik, slide mode.
CEO, I am on slide mode from my side.
Okay, can you then go to mandate? Mandate continued. Can you go on display settings and just do, swap, just do that. Yeah, now you see, the CEO knows computers, can coach. Okay, we are done with that slide, which talks to the Constitution, the NQF Act, and the GenFEDCO Act. We now proceed, honorable members. We apologize for that glitch. Now, regarding the mandate, Umalusi is the Quality Council responsible for education, for qualifications rather, registered on the General and Further Education and Training Qualifications Sub-Framework or of the National Qualifications Framework. And we ensure that the providers of education and training have the capacity to deliver and assess qualifications and learning programs, and that they do so to the expected standards of quality. Our work is informed by numerous policies. I'm not going to read through all of them. I'm just going to give a summary of those policies. One of the policies deals with qualifications on our SACE framework, and then one other policy deals with the guidelines on strategy and priorities from the Minister of Higher Education and Training. The other one will deal with the national policies governing existing qualifications, standard setting and quality assurance of qualifications on our sub-framework, and then council policies and directives on the conduct, administration, and management of assessment. We also have a policy on the next slide, slide number 7, on the regulations pertaining to the qualifications on our sub-framework, and we specify the different areas that we touched on regarding that. And we also have the policy and criteria for the development, registration, and publication of qualifications on our sub-framework. We've got a policy for the reissue of national certificates. And then we've got a policy for the recognition of prior learning, RPL. And then we've got, on the next slide, policy documents and guidelines pertaining to the NSC and all other qualifications that are on our sub-framework, senior certificate amended, as amended, GTC, national certificate vocational, the NATED programs. And then we are also guided by the Treasury regulations and any other appropriate legislation related to the various education and training sectors in which Umalusi is mandated to work. Now we've got the following strategic priorities. Reviewing the quality assurance approach. We have to review our approach to quality assurance. We have as a strategic priority, reviewing, evaluating, and appraising qualifications submitted for registration on our sub-framework of qualifications, where we also have a strategic priority providing input to the legislative framework. We intensify research on educational developments linked to the sub-framework to innovate and to advise the appropriate ministers of education. And one other strategic priority is that of intensifying advocacy to communicate accurate and relevant messages to all stakeholders on issues related to qualifications on our sub-framework. With Stella back in the meeting, I assume you are back in the meeting, Stella. I would request you to take over and proceed with the presentation.
Thank you, CEO. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Portfolio Committee members, the DG, Mr. Mweli, and his DBE team, and Mayor Ella Mukhalani and her SACE team. All protocol observed. My apologies for the earlier glitch, technical glitch. I will take you through the strategic focus, which is our part B of this presentation. And just to highlight a few issues that are about our performance environment externally and internally. One of the issues was the review of our quality assurance approach. And during the year, we were busy with developing an instrument for the GETC question papers. And that process is at conceptual stage, or at least at the time when we concluded the development of this APP, that is where we were. In terms of demand for credible qualifications, the NSC, which is our main qualification, or a qualification that is done by many learners in our country, was benchmarked against 5 other school leaving qualifications. Cambridge International, AS and A levels, and then International Baccalaureate, IB Diploma, and then Kenya Senior Secondary, and also New South Wales in Australia. It's also a senior secondary qualification. And lastly, Zimbabwe, which is also a senior secondary qualification at A level. And our qualification was found to be comparable to these. In terms of the demand for our qualifications outside our borders, last year we got legal advice because we had countries that were offering the NSC qualification and also some of our NATED programs. And as a result of the legal advice we got, 2022 was the last year for offering the NSC outside South Africa, and also that the NATED programs will be phased out in those countries. In terms of how we communicate with our stakeholders, which is one of those things that are required by the GENFETQUA Act, we have expanded our platforms for communication. We are using MS Teams for webinars. We're using YouTube for videos, Facebook Live. We're using digital banners on Facebook, Twitter, and LinkedIn. We are also using the GCIS radio facility to reach as many communities as possible. Next slide. In terms of what we've been doing in quality assurance of assessment, which is one of the major things that we do as an organization, we analyzed, if you look at the APP, it reflects a lot of work that was done or trends that we see in terms of our QAA activities. And we've highlighted the moderation of question papers, monitoring of writing of exams, monitoring of marking, and also verification of marking across the board. And what we are seeing is an improvement. We're offering more and more as the years go by. In terms of certification and verification, we saw our certification numbers dropping in 2019 and 2020, but last year we saw them picking up again. In terms of verification numbers, they dropped in 2020 due to the impact of COVID, but they've gone back to normal in 2021, which was the year preceding 2022, during which we developed this plan. In terms of evaluation and accreditation, we are seeing institutions that we are granting a window period to improve. They have significantly reduced. If you look at what we used to have in 2019, we had about 119. Last year, we had about 10 due to a drop in the initial site visits, because our site visits were affected by COVID in 2020 and 2021. In terms of evaluation and appraisal of new qualifications, we continued to work on the GEC qualification, which was submitted by the department, and we're just waiting for resubmission of that to proceed with our processes until we are at the stage where we can actually submit the qualification to SACE for registration. In terms of empowerment of women, youth, and people with disabilities, this year we've taken a different approach now that we are getting used to what is expected of us as an organization in the public service. We've made proposals for what we will do with respect to 4 pillars: 1, accountability, social cohesion, economic empowerment, and the fourth one being the research and information management pillar. Internally, our internal environment, when you look at our structure, around November 2022, the organogram increased from 138 positions to 150 as approved by our council. And the vacancy rate has remained under 10%, even though we have experienced quite a high number of resignations up to the end of December. In terms of our facilities, we've been taking care of some construction of the second building that we call Tutomfundo. It has been completed. We just left with a few things inside. I mean, the construction part has been completed. We're just fitting in our boardrooms with facilities that we'll be using for our meetings, but otherwise the building has been occupied. This house, this building that we are occupying, we still have to address our occupational health and safety deficiencies. For instance, making sure that the building is accessible to people with disabilities. Financial resources, we attained a third clean audit in the last annual report for 2020-21, but we still, as the CEO indicated earlier, we still have a lot of financial pressures because of increases in fuel prices and the high inflation rate in the country. Because our cost drivers, you know, things like accommodation, car rental, those are the things that push our budgets, and they have to do with a lot of work that is done by our moderators, our monitors out there. ICT, we've maintained our health score at 97%, but we've also done more, especially on Microsoft Azure Cloud, to address the risk of the aging ICT infrastructure. And last year, we were able to develop ourselves as Umalusi an online certification replacement system. In terms of communication, we have an external communication platform, Wikipedia. We have given an outline of the progress we are making on attainment of our outcome statements, and we've got 2 such outcomes in the strategic plan that we developed in 2020. And the progress that we've made include management reviews and adheres to organizations' policies. We also review our performance information evidence regularly to avoid the risk of inaccurate reporting. On HCM, our policies are reviewed regularly, and Council in February approved a lot of, quite a number of human capital management policies. We have an e-procurement system to enhance our supply chain management processes and manage the risks associated with that, especially compliance. In terms of the outcome that addresses our core function, our quality assurance activities are being successfully conducted. We have made a significant improvement in the quality and standard of question papers, as reflected in the low number of question papers that are returned to assessment bodies for amendments. Our directives for compliance that we send to assessment bodies and improvement are issued on an ongoing basis. For instance, after we do these state of readiness, we communicate with all assessment bodies in terms of what can be improved. The organization again has standardized the last examination results, and then a number of our accredited private education institutions are growing. The numbers are going up and up, and in addition to that, we are monitoring them on an ongoing basis. After 2 years of being awarded accreditation status, we monitor just to make sure that the standards are maintained. Next slide. In terms of measuring our performance, this section, I'll just go through the targets that we set at the beginning of the year and the targets that we were able to achieve. But this slide is just showing us our impact statement, our outcome statement, and our outputs, especially related to the core function. Program 1 has got 5 sub-programs that are related to the business units. strategy and governance, public relations and communications, ICT, human capital management, finance and supply chain management. And the following slide reflects the indicators that have been set at the beginning of the financial year, or probably I should say continue from the previous years. And the targets that we have set for 2023, in the first indicator of advocacy initiatives, it's a target of 8 with 2 targets, with 2 initiatives per quarter. ICT network health score throughout the year, we are setting it at 97%, and maintenance of the vacancy rate is still set at 10% or below. And the intention is to pay all our service providers within 30 days, as directed by the Public Finance Management Act. Our second program, Qualifications and Research, this is a program that houses 2 sub-programs: Qualifications, Curriculum and Certification, or QCC, Statistical Information and Research, or SACE, as we commonly name the sub-program. And for these 2 sub-programs, our indicators and targets are reflected on slide 20. The first indicator on the production of reports in terms of management of qualifications, we've set 1 report for the year. It's work that progresses from the first quarter, building up to a comprehensive report at the end of the financial year. The middle 2 indicators, one on certification as an outcome, we produce 4 certification reports, 1 each quarter. And the third indicator on verification, we produce 4 verification reports, 1 each quarter. And the indicator on research, the target we have set is 6 research projects that we want to achieve. The final program, program 3, quality assurance and monitoring. We have 3 sub-programs. 2 sub-programs are related because they are about quality assurance of assessment, but the first sub-program focuses on school qualifications, and the second program focuses on post-school qualifications. The third sub-program is on evaluation and accreditation, where we accredit private institutions and private assessment bodies. The targets that we have set for 2023, the first indicator is on reports, QAA reports. We have set a target of 9, and across the 4 quarters, the first quarter does not have a target, and we've got targets for quarter 2, 3, and 4, as indicated on the slide. The second indicator is on question paper moderation. We do external moderation, and we approve those question papers before they can be written. The target is to approve all the question papers that are brought to our attention. So it is 100%. We do a state of readiness throughout the year, but we pronounce the results of that state of readiness in the 3rd quarter. That is why the target is targeting 4. We've got 4 assessment bodies: our Department of Basic Education, Department of Higher Education, and 2 private assessment bodies, IEB and SACE. That's why the target is 4. Verification of marking of subjects, we have set our target at 92, and that is what we will do for the year. It's work that progresses from quarter to quarter, but it's not easy to predict how much we will do per quarter. That's why we set an annual target for that indicator. Indicator 351 is for moderation of internal assessment. The target is 195, as explained in the previous slide. Can't predict how it will happen from one quarter to the next, but the target for the year is 195. We will report the milestones as we progress over the year. 361 is percentage of outcomes that we pronounce after 12 months of a site visit. Our target is to be able to do 87% or give 87% accreditation outcomes within 12 months. And then on monitoring of accredited institutions, our target is to do 90%, which is an annual target set at, in the 4th quarter. The next slide is just to summarize. Now that we are past the middle point of our 5-year term, we thought it would be important to just highlight to the portfolio committee that our priorities have actually remained the same. It's only the language that has changed here and there. If you look in bold, you will see that since 2020, when we set these priorities in the strategic plan, we have kept to those priorities. But as time goes on, whether because of COVID or because of other contextual factors, we have phrased those priorities differently. So I won't read them. I'll just highlight the dark or the bolded parts, that our priorities remain the review of quality assurance of assessment, evaluation and appraisal of new qualifications, and amendments of founding acts or providing inputs into our founding acts, because we realized with time that it's not our prerogative to actually amend the acts, but we can provide inputs. On the next slide, we continue with intensifying research. Research is one of our key priorities. And then the final one, I hope it's the final one, is on advocacy, intensifying advocacy. We stated differently, but they have remained the same. So that's what we just wanted to share with you briefly. The next slide summarizes that a few of our indicators have changed in terms of how they are phrased, but we are still measuring the same outputs. For instance, the first indicator on advocacy, it originally was stated as advocacy exhibitions, but because of COVID, we could no longer do physical exhibitions. Then it changed to webinars in 21 and 22. And in this APP, we have set initiatives to broaden the scope of what advocacy initiatives we are going to be doing. The second indicator, the indicator 141, is about payment of service providers. It used to be stated as a percentage that we've paid. Now we are measuring it in the number of days within which we should pay our service providers. The third and last on this page, we used to measure the actual certificates printed, and we felt it is a very narrow focus on the certification work that we do. So now our focus since 2022 and 23, we are focusing on the reports that we produce, which are more comprehensive and give more information on the certification process. And the same reasoning has been applied to the indicator on verification. We are now dealing with production of a report and not just the percentage that has been done. I think this is the last slide. Here we just focused, we also wanted to share with you that over time, over a period of time, we, year after year, as we are allocated a budget to implement the APP, we often, under the section of explanation of planned performance, we state what we are going to be focusing on as different programs and sub-programs. And as you can see, the table shows that in 2020, our focus was narrow. We expanded the focus. 22, it grew even bigger. And in 23, you can see the list is long. The good thing is that we still see a repetition of some of the things that we started with in 2020. You can see them cutting across the 4 years that we have planned for so far. So that was just for you to share the analysis that we have made so that we can reflect as management, but also as those that we report to as we account to you. This is the last slide, which just shows a few indicators that we have seen changes in terms of targets. I won't read the numbers. We can see how the numbers have been generally growing. In some instances, if you look at the middle indicators, 341, then 351, we started with low numbers. The numbers that are in red were done before COVID. After COVID in 2020, the targets changed to 70, and then the outputs are in blue. So as time went on, after seeing how we are progressing with our achievements, we then started to pick up the targets in 2022 and in 2023. Honorable Chairperson, I think that brings me to the part where I hand over to the CFO. Thank you.
Honorable Chairperson and members, my apologies. I'm just going back to sharing. I just needed to make sure that my mic was unmuted before I proceed.
We can hear you. Continue, please.
Thank you, Acting Chairperson. Thank you, Chairperson and honorable members, the DG, and the colleagues from the Department of Basic Education, the CEO and colleagues from SACE. I will be just talking to the budget part of the presentation for the 23-24 year and also further onwards. Now, just a very brief recap of one slide with regard to the current status of the current financial year. Our original budget was for the current year was approved at 187.7 million. And as you can imagine, as CEO have indicated, this is but a small amount of money for a very large mandate to be delivered within the country all over. And 162 million of this budget comes from the Department of Basic Education, and the remaining 25 million comes out of own revenue sources. So at the end of February, when this presentation was compiled, we have received the total grant from the Department of Basic Education, for which we are very grateful. And the organization was able to actually exceed the planned own revenue, and we were standing at 30 million at the end of this, at the end of February. Now, in terms of the infrastructure project that Estella also has made reference to, the project started very late in the fourth quarter of 21-22 with the site handover, and during the financial year currently under review 22-23, the majority of this project then was implemented, and I can report to the committee that the expenditure on the project stands currently at 89% or 39.5 million. We have received the practical completion certificate of the building. And as Stella has also indicated, we are currently utilizing the building with some small aspects like microphones to be installed and things like that. But the building and the facility is currently being occupied by Umalusi staff. And we also had our first council meeting already in the new facility. As the finance component and supply chain, we are also busy with the closing procedure of the 22-23 financial year. And later this week, we then have the end of the current financial year. So in terms of the 23-24 financial year, you would see that the budget is standing at 197 million, which is 10 million rand more than what we have in the current financial year. And in terms of the three programs, I just did a graphical outline to say program 1, the administration takes 41%. And then the two national operations programs, program 2 and 3, the qualifications and research branch, program 2 takes 17%, and the quality assurance of assessment and monitoring takes 42% of the total budget as outlined. Now in this graph and slide, it is just to give you an overview of also some historical information around the revenue sources and income and how we anticipate this to also handle and grow. The blue part in the blue bars indicates the 23-24 year, where the grant from DBE we will receive is 162.9 million. And if you compare that to the current year where we received 162 million, it is a merely 1 million rand increase into the grant, and in the two outer years it is anticipated to grow to 169 and 177 million. Also in terms of the own revenue, as Umalusi, we need also to, from our internal resources, try to increase our own revenue collection in order for us also to be able to meet our increasing mandate. And therefore in the 23-24 year, we anticipate to recover 34 million, in 24-25, 36, and in 25-26, it will grow to 39 million. The two outer financial years, 24-25, the anticipated budget will then grow to 205 million, and in 2025-26, it will grow to 215 million. Now, in terms of the own revenue, just to highlight, these are the 5 main sources of revenue that own revenue that Umalusi has. It refers to verification. And I thought also just to indicate to the committee that over the past 6 years, on average, the Umalusi have done a verification of over 250,000 certificates. And that's the average verification that has been done. In terms of accreditation, it is a constitutional mandate in terms of section 29(3)(c) of the Constitution to ensure that independent education institution maintains the standards, and that includes the independent schools, the private FET colleges, and private IED colleges. In terms of certification, over the past 6 years, on average, we issued 1.1 million certificates to South Africans in terms of the qualifications that they then also met the requirement for. We also have quality assurance of assessment, and these are charges from the Independent Examinations Board, the IEB, and the South African Comprehensive Assessment Institute, SACE. And then also we do generate some income out of investment, and this is basically on the grant we receive on a quarterly basis, the grant from the Department of Basic Education. We then invest these funds to generate more income, and we then withdraw money as we need to meet our obligations. So in terms of the actual figures, this is just a table outlining the actual amounts in terms of the different types of revenue that we have. And obviously with the Department of Basic Education, the DBE, on top is the main source of income that Umalusi is having, and the rest are some of the other items as I've just outlined for the committee to just have a look at the figures. Then in terms of expenditure, we have basically 2 main type of expenditure that relates to compensation of employees, or COE, as well as goods and services. And what I've tried to do to illustrate in this slide is in terms of the total budget and the projected budget, how we do the split. So for the 23-24 year, that is the main focus of today, 99 million will go to compensation, which equals 50%, and the 98 million also will go to goods and services, and the other activities also reflecting as 50%, and that gives us the total budget of 197 million for the 23-24 year. And the outlook would remain the same, that we would stay around 50-50 split between our compensation of employees and our goods and services. In terms of the additional information, the compensation of employees, we felt it is necessary because there was recently also a question in Parliament to our Minister of Basic Education. Umalusi follows the Department of Public Service and Administration when it comes to compensation of employees, and we keep our salaries in line with where we currently stand with the public service. And Stella already alluded to the fact that because of the work pressures and the incremental increase in demand, also the Umalusi Council approved 12 additional positions for the filling during the 23-24 financial year to ease some of the work pressure being experienced. Now, 59% of the total expenditure is allocated to the National Operations Program 2 and 3 of Umalusi. And what we've just done there is to give an outline as per the first graph to say Program 1 takes 41%, Program 2 17%, and Program 3 43%. And there you can also see the amounts in terms of compensation of employees for Program 1, Program 2, Program 3, as well as the other operational expenditure. Goods and services are expected to remain mainly the same because of processes that we will continue to perform, online services as a cost saving and also efficiency measures. If you take then the combination of compensation of employees as well as the other activities. The national operations in that sense take 64% of the total budget of the organization, while administration takes 36%. And some of these activities under administration relates to your external audit, the outsourced internal audit functions, building maintenance and operational expenditure. And one expenditure that became also a much larger role player during the past financial year is the cost for diesel, in order for Umalusi's offices to operate under load shedding. And I think it is a well-known fact also that during 2022 calendar year, it was the year that South Africa have experienced the most load shedding, and obviously that has got an impact on our operational expenditure. Chairperson and members, I'm nearly done. This slide is just a graphical outline also in terms of how we split our own income. You can see historically 21-22 financial year, the split was 15% own revenue, whilst the DBE's contribution was 85%. In 22-23, it was actually 14% versus 86%. And that's the current year that we are in. And then the planned year, we try to start generating more revenue out of own income. So for the 23-24 financial year, which is in line with the APP, Umalusi projects to have own revenue of 17% of its total budget versus 83% from DBE. And in 24-25 and 25-26, we are aiming to keep it at the same or increase it by 1% to 18% versus 82%. Honorable Chairperson and members, this brings me to the slide for the CEO and the closing remarks. I hand over to Dr. Rakometsi.
Thank you, CFO. Thank you, Ms. BELA. Honorable members, Umalusi celebrated its 20th anniversary last year, and we are still in that mode of celebration until the end of this month, where we are celebrating our 20th anniversary under the theme 2 decades of educational guardianship, 2002 to 2022, and the celebration, you see the slide for the last time, this time around. Next slide. I would like to thank the Honorable Minister of Basic Education, Mengi Motshekga, and the Deputy Minister, Dr. Regina Mohaule, and our council for their continued support. The support of the Minister, the Deputy Minister is relentless. They walk the path with us, they support us through and through. And also thank you very much, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education and the members of the Portfolio Committee for your support, for your inputs, and for this opportunity to present our budget for 2023-2024 and our annual performance plan. Thank you very much. Those are our contact details. On that score, I want to pause. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rakometsi and your team in Umalusi. It's now 25 to 11. I would then hand over to SACE. You have 73 slides, I believe, and we'll also give you 45 minutes or less. It will be appreciated. Thank you very much.
Now, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. As indicated earlier on, my name is Veronica Hofmeester, and I will do the introduction of the SACE team. So I want to greet the Honorable Chairperson and all the committee members in the session here. Apology from the Chairperson of the Council is unfortunately travel outside of the country in terms of union work, so he will not be able to join us in the sessions. And the delegation from SACE's side will be the following. We have Councillor Hlahisi and Dr. Swanepoel that are representing the EXCO, but they are also part of the SACE Council. Then we have the CEO, Ms. Mokhalani, the CFO, Mr. Mapandani. Then we also have in the session the manager for planning, monitoring and evaluation and reporting, Ms. Supeta, the head of registration of the teacher professionalization, Ms. Yvonne Leshaba. From DBE side, we also have the DG, and we also have DDGs in the session. I saw Mr. Padiachi, Dr. Nkuno, I saw them also in the meeting. So we have a delegation of GBE also in the session. SACE will then do the following for us in the session. They will do the presentation of the SACE 2023-2024 APP, and they will also do the budget as approved by the council, but also approved by the Honorable Minister. Then the key issues that SACE want to raise that the delegation must note is the 2023-2024 APP and the budget, the impact of the economic situation of the country on the ability of the council to increase monthly levies on educators who are already struggling and to receive a decent salary increase. And Umalusi was also make mention of the impact of the budget on the work that they have to perform. And the economic situation also resulted in the overall reduced budget for the entity. And this also had implications for reduced targets as compared to the last 3 years of the MTF period. Having said that, Chairperson, the presentation will be divided as follows. First, there will be a general overview and information that will be done by the CEO first. After that, it will follow with the budget presented by the CFO. And this presentation order is important so that everybody and all members understand the reduction of targets in relation to the available funds as reflected in the 2023-2024 financial year, as being approved by the council and the minister. The last part will be presented by the manager planning in terms of the performance information as reflected in the 6 APP programs. Thank you, Chairperson, and I will now hand over to the CEO of SACE, Ms. Mokhalani, to do her part of the presentation to everybody in the meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Susanna, I thought you're sharing. Maybe let me just share quickly. Are we able to see the presentation before I even start?
Yes, we can see it now.
Okay. No, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education, and greetings to the DG as well, and the officials from the Department of Basic Education, my fellow CEO from Umalusi and Umalusi team, our SACE councillors present in the meeting, as well as the SACE colleagues from the office. Chair, as the leader of the delegation, Councillor Hofmeister has already indicated, we are presenting the 2023-2024 budget and annual performance plan, and therefore I will start with the slide that shows the presentation outline. I will be dealing with general information as she's already indicated, but also share some of the issues that emerged from the 2020-2025 strategic plan midterm review report, and also slightly on part C in terms of annual performance plan, some of the information, then hand over to the CFO to deal with the financial information that will be followed by the issues around performance information. We've already indicated the performance of the presentation. Let me not repeat that. Part of the general information in part A of the presentation starts with our legislative and policy environment. We then start with our founding legislation, which is the SACE Act number 31 of 2000. You remember that it focuses on three key areas, one being SACE as a professional regulatory body being able to provide for registration of educators prior to their employment, but also to promote the professional development of educators, that we always emphasize that our role is about promotion and management of continuing professional development and not necessarily the provisioning, because we play a quality assurance role of provisioning of continuing professional development. But also, once we've registered educators, we need to make sure that they adhere to the upholding and maintenance of both ethical and professional standards. And therefore, for us, the three documents that we highlight here on the next slide are really key regulatory policy instruments that are flowing from the Act in order for us to make sure that we continue to protect and uphold the ethical and professional teaching standards, but even more importantly, ensure that our educators become lifelong learners through quality and fit for purpose continuing professional development. Hence, our role in terms of making sure that we quality assure the provisioning of continuing professional development. The other area, while we have our own enabling legislation, which is the SACE Act, we also have supporting legislative and policy environment in terms of your NDP, which is re-emphasizing the SACE role in quality assurance of professional development provisioning, but also the role in professional teaching standards. We have to work with quality councils like Umalusi, like Council on Higher Education, in as far as the NQF Act is concerned. In our work with dealing with ethics and also issues of misconduct of teachers, there's no way that we cannot link up with Employment of Educators Act, including the work that we do in as far as your continuing professional development is concerned, the policy framework on teacher education and development, as well as your integrated strategic planning framework on teacher education, and issues around digital learning are very key in terms of making sure that the work that we do is aligned to these policy frameworks. But also remember, we're dealing with certain areas in the higher education space, and therefore, when we deal with qualifications for teachers, we are then forced to work in line with policy on minimum requirements for teacher education qualifications, so that we can also monitor the provisioning of teacher education in higher education institutions, hence the registration of student teachers, but also beginning to move towards professionalizing the initial teacher education space, beginning to work with Council on Higher Education in terms of the collaborative accreditation of qualifications and programs in initial teacher education space. And also where the whole issue of making sure that we play a role in professionalizing the ECD space as we continue to register, but also make sure that those practitioners and also educators in the ECD space are qualified. We will then have to work with higher education in terms of the policy on minimum requirements for those programs that are leading to qualifications in higher education for ECD. And we have the teacher professionalization path that we presented before to the portfolio committee on how do we professionalize the entire teaching profession from initial teacher education, when I say I want to become a teacher, until when a person retires from the teaching profession. Obviously, we've already spoken about the Code of Professional Ethics, but we want to indicate, given some of the challenges that we are beginning to see during teaching practice, but also in the initial teacher education space, we have commenced the process of drafting the Code of Professional Ethics for student teachers, and we will be able to start implementing it in the new financial year, because it would have been finalized. While we look at policy and legislative environment within the country, we continue to have other international and also regional frameworks that impact on our work, and therefore we are highlighting, without going through them, but we are highlighting issues around the SDG number 4, but also to what an extent are we moving with regard to Africa Agenda 2063 when it comes to teacher education matters, including all these other frameworks that I'm mentioning. But even more importantly, recently we had the 2022 United Nations Transforming Education Summit, which gave us some 5 education tracks, which we need to be contributing to if we are serious about making sure that the regulation of the teaching profession is aligned to some of the transformation that is happening within the country, but also across the continent and also within the region. And therefore those action tracks, especially the ones that speak to teachers, teaching and also teaching profession, including digital learning, becomes very important in terms of the work that we do. From our own strategy, on strategic plan, we've got Vision 2025, which is about inspiring a credible teaching profession. And our mission, as highlighted, is to protect the integrity of the teaching profession through the maintenance of professional and ethical standards. Our values, as we presented them before, they remain the same as highlighted. And for us, it's really making sure that we have a value-based organization as SACE, but also have a value-based profession in terms of the South African teaching profession. And this will assist us to also say to the teaching profession, these values defines what it means to be a professional teacher in the South African context. While we are the only statutory teaching council currently in the country, we need to indicate that we continue to work across the entire basic and also higher education landscape, and therefore unavoidably we have to work with all the educators, both independent and private sectors, including office-based educators that are employed in terms of the Employment of Educators Act, not those that are employed in terms of the Public Service Act. But obviously we work with all the provincial education departments, the 3 teacher employers, the quality councils, as I've already indicated, but also your higher education institutions, including your TVET and CET college lecturers, although those are not applicable to this basic education portfolio committee. We are highlighting, Chair, briefly our issues that we picked up from, or how far are we in terms of our outcomes when it comes to the strategic plan midterm review 2020 to 2025. Remember, we have done the first 2 years and a bit in terms of assessing where we are, so that the remainder of the term up to the end of 2025 financial year, we can be in a position to know what are some of the things that we need to strengthen as we go towards the end of this particular term. And therefore, we have the 5 outcome programs that we are highlighting. One being efficient and effective governance, that is aligned more to program 1. You see when the presentation is done. And the second one is making sure that we register fit for practice educators and lecturers, and therefore issues of screening those educators prior to them being employed or prior to them being handed over to the employers within the teaching profession becomes very important. Maintenance of ethical standards. This is one area that I think as the country, we need to agree that we're just not winning in terms of making sure issues of ethical misconduct are not happening at the rate that they are at the moment. And the other area is around improved teacher competence. To an extent, when we quality assure continuing professional development and its provisioning, that provisioning really lead to outcomes in terms of improved teacher competence, so that can impact and also contribute to learning outcomes within the education system, as well as improved school performance. And the last one is on improved teacher professionalism. If standards are being maintained from professional ethical perspective, and also if we are moving in terms of the teacher professionalization path across the initial teacher education, induction, and also continuing professional development, we will start to see some contribution towards improved teacher professionalism. And therefore, our program 5 is the one that assists us in terms of this particular area. And therefore, having looked at these outcomes, we will then look into the tables that are highlighted in this slide in terms of, to what an extent, when we were assessed against these outcomes, but also outcome indicators, to what an extent are we making progress? And what are some of the issues that we need in the next coming 2 years to be focusing on? The first area was on percentage of internal and external audit recommendations implemented. By the time we were dealing with the report, we couldn't focus on 100% because some of them we were still implementing, and hence the progress that we are showing, it's 78%. And we are continuing to work, as you would have seen in the last interaction with yourselves in terms of the annual report, the extent at which some of the issues we are working on and some of the issues were not that much effective. However, through the process of assessment, we've managed to identify various areas that we can focus on strengthening them. Issues of fit to practice registered educators and lecturers, percentage of those that we are registering in that area, target was 100%. From assessment, we are at 87.3%. The reason being, you will still find those that are not eligible and those that are not meeting the criteria in terms of fitness for purpose, those that have to go through fit to teach hearings because they've got criminal records, or from the child protection register or the register of sexual offenses that are having issues here and there. And therefore, that 100% could not be achieved because of those issues. However, going forward, we are looking at, we've included the word eligible, so that in our assessment, we can remove everybody who's not eligible and then focus on those that are fit to practice and are meeting the criteria in terms of this particular outcome. Next one is on maintained ethical standards. This is linked to the enforcement of the Code of Professional Ethics. When we started at the beginning of the term, it was 400,000 to say this is a positive indicator, because it's looking at, if we are having 400,000 for like the target was set in the teaching profession, to what an extent are you having a smaller or bigger percentage or number of teachers that are misconducting themselves? And therefore, as we continued through the 2.5 years, there were more educators, and we became realistic with the target and the actual numbers that we were having. So 896 educators remained free from educational misconduct. And obviously through the annual reports, we've got the numbers which are not exceeding 2,000 overall in terms of those that misconducted themselves. And therefore, while that is progressing very well, you would have seen from the annual report that we presented last year that we continue to have the numbers increasing slowly in terms of those that are misconducting themselves, but also because of disjuncture between the budget that we have and the resources and also the numbers, we still continue to have cases that are not finalized. And therefore, the remainder of the planning period will be focusing more on how do we address that particular area. Improved teacher competence, it was based on, the target was based on the sampled educators in terms of their participation in professional development activities, and that is based on those that are reporting to SACE their participation in professional development. While the target shows overachievement in terms of the increasing numbers as we were going along, however, we still continue to have a larger percentage that is not reporting, and therefore going forward in terms of refocusing our targets and refocusing our continuing professional development focus areas, we are addressing that, especially to begin to assist educators that are arguing that they are not having connectivity, they are not able to upload points because of the areas where they are working in, etc., etc. So those plans are there to make sure that we deal with that particular area accordingly. Improve teacher professionalization. We've got 8 focus areas in terms of the teacher professionalization path. However, we need to make sure that we have regulatory policies. We've got regulatory frameworks that will guide us in terms of implementing the teacher professionalization path. And those were the areas of weakness which we highlighted. And therefore, the monitoring tools have been put in place to make sure that as we continue, we deal accordingly with this particular area to make sure that issues of improving or strengthening teacher professionalism through the teacher professionalization process are being taken care of. Coming to Part C, which is dealing more with the annual performance plan 2023-2024. I'm just dealing quickly with the updated situational analysis before I hand over to the CFO to deal with the budget. For professional registration, in the year 2023-2024, we'll continue to focus on the provisional registration of student teachers, because you remember we argued they need to form part of the profession. We can't wait for them to graduate and then start working very closely with them, sensitizing them about the profession, and also issues around the code of professional ethics, professional standards at a later stage. And that is why the importance of provisional registration. Newly qualified educators, however, the emphasis is on who are fit to practice, and registration of more ECD practitioners and other people in the special categories. Special categories caters for the 3-stream model, for example, teachers in the focus schools and also teachers in the schools of specializations, etc. Because then you will have many of those people that we need, the skills, the expertise that we need from people that are not necessarily qualified educators. And therefore, we work with them together with their professional bodies or professional regulatory bodies so that they can be able to assist us in the education sector. However, we make sure that they are having dual registration where they've got professional bodies for both SACE and the other professional regulatory authority. The other one under professional, sorry, I moved by mistake. Under professional development, we've already indicated issues around quality management of provisioning of fit for purpose, SACE endorsed professional development activities. We've been focusing more on reporting, more on sign-ups, and we realize, yes, educators can sign up, yes, they can report. However, we need to be doing more work in terms of looking at what are they reporting. Is there any relationship between what they are reporting and also what they are teaching? What is the relationship in terms of the quality of what they are reporting, in terms of what they've participated in, and to a certain extent, learning outcomes? Is the provisioning of their professional development by the provinces, provincial education departments, by teacher unions, by higher education institutions, fit for purpose, so that there's that alignment between what they are doing and also the results that we are getting within the system. And also issues around supporting the teachers on various professional development matters. Ethical standards, it's more about continuing with investigations from both the new cases that are being submitted as well as the old ones, including issues around disciplinary hearings, because investigation is one thing. We can do a whole lot of investigations. However, if we don't deal sufficiently with disciplinary hearings, we won't be in a position to do justice to the children in the first place, because these cases are there because children have been harmed in one way or another. But also the issues around enforcement of the sanctions that are meted out from SACE. Remember, we depend also on third parties in terms of enforcing and implementing the sanctions. And that area is very important to monitor so that you don't have the cracks in the system where I'm being struck off from the role. However, you can find me somewhere in a private school still teaching. Updated key strategic areas. We've got the risks that we've identified, which we are monitoring through the APP on a regular basis. Risks around also decreased budget, which has got impact, huge impact on the extent at which we are going to deal with ethical cases in particular. And I think when the manager deals with the report, you'll be able to see, and when the CFO present the report, you'll be able to see the financial constraints that are there. We also, and let me not repeat the economic situation that has already been dealt with, but also the perpetual corporal punishment and sexual misconduct cases that are there. It's one area that we're focusing on in terms of the research that we reported in last time when we were in the committee. There are issues that we are beginning to pick up in terms of the psychological issues, in terms of issues that people just feel because I've never been caught before, or just the whole issue of ignorance of law in the country. That is, you can see all over. It's sort of permeating itself into the teaching profession also when it comes to this kind of cases. But again, we've put spotlight on the two areas so that we can continue to deal with them accordingly. So Chair, let me hand over to the CFO to deal with the financial information. CFO, thank you. CFO.
Thanks, CEO. Greetings to the chairperson of Portfolio Committee, Portfolio Committee members, our DG, our DDG, and colleagues from the department, as well as the CEO of Umalusi and our colleagues who are accompanying him. Thanks. Let me go quickly. The first slide is showing it's an MTF slide, which shows the historic performance of SACE financial information, as well as the projections of the coming 2 years up to 2026. You will see in terms of the historic figure that our budget was at 112, 104, 118, 122 in those years. Then it's coming down to 113. That is because of there is no increased decision in terms of the funding of council so far. And therefore we had to consider the guaranteed funding, and our main funding is subscription fee. We had that forced the council to have a declining budget due to the revenue, which is declining. And that alone has got an effect in terms of the expenditure line items. Our subscription, Chair, they seem to, when you look at the historic figures, they seem to be unstable. And therefore we have to be conservative in terms of making projections. We can only guarantee the revenue coming from 444,000 educators in terms of our historic information. So therefore we could not project higher. But that as it is, when we review during the course of the year, that's where if we are positive in terms of collections, we will be able to revise the budget accordingly. We also had a reduction in terms of the government subsidy when you look at it. From the previous year, we had 18 million. Now it will be 15 million. So that has got an effect in terms of the expenditure line items, Chair. In terms of our projections, you realize that so far our revenue seems to be sort of constant in terms of the total collection, which is 113, 114, and 115. It's almost constant, not changing. One can indicate that the council is currently encountering budget pressure against the economic difficulties, which result in the increase of fixed costs, which ultimately affect the reduction of the mandatory functions budget. Be as it is, Chair, the council has a standing decision to review its funding on an annual basis, of which the council, it's in the process of doing that. It started last year to look at reviewing its own funding, and it's not yet completed. The delay, amongst other factors, was the public sector bargaining, which we all know that it took longer. And the very same members who fund this council were affected in these bargaining processes, which complicate any decision in terms of increasing levies. So the council could not conclude its review of funding due to such processes which have got a direct effect to the survival of council. What the council did, it has put stringent cost-cutting measures in place to ensure that we sustain the running of council while the council is still engaging its stakeholders in reviewing its funding. We see the projection of a decrease in operation, as I've indicated, due to the pressurized budget, because the moment the income is pressurized, obviously the operation is affected. You will notice that in terms of the indicators, there is a little bit of a drop to ensure that we don't target high before we get the reviewed funding. Council will be operating in the Western Cape Provincial Office in the first quarter, while it's still carrying on with the feasibility study and intend to start the operation of the Northern Cape Office during the course of the year. But that will have got an effect, or it has got a relationship with the improved funding, which is still under consideration, so that the council doesn't overcommit itself. The council will conclude the job evaluation, which is underway in the first quarter of 23-24. And this, together with the funding review, will improve the service delivery of council. Once the funding has been reviewed, it will have an influence on the MTF budget projections, positively so. That brings my small part to an end, Chair, but one will indicate that the detailed budget of 113 million for 23-24 is that second slide which we had, so that members can have an understanding of the summarized version, which is on the first slide as it is projected on the MTF. Thanks.
Thanks, CFO. Ms. Sopete.
Thank you very much, CEO. Good morning to the chairperson and honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. Morning to the DG Remueli and the DDG and the colleagues from the department, as well as the CEO, Dr. Rakumeti, and the colleagues, and as well as my SACE colleagues. I will be taking you through the planned outputs and will be also taking you through the indicators and targets of 2023-24. This next slide is dealing with the SACE budget program structure, which has not changed. We are just indicating that we have 6 programs, and only program 1, which is administration, has 6 sub-programs. In the next slide, we are just illustrating on the year-to-year performance trends. Accordingly, in case of our performance as the council, which showed in the previous financial year of 2021-22 growth from that drop during the COVID period. In the next slide, which is dealing with performance information, Program 1 has a total of 7 performance indicators, and the outcome for Program 1, as we have indicated, it deals with the percentages and indicated deals with the percentage of internal and external audit. So in these 7 performance indicators, what I would like to focus on is in the next slide is the performance indicator that deals with the next slide, please, CEO. In the next slide, which is the indicator that deals with the percentage of eligible invoices paid within 30 days of receipt. In the previous financial years, we have not been doing very well with this performance indicator. If you can see, the 2021 output there was 91%. And however, we took a decision to include the word eligibility on the invoices, because the reasons for deviation that have been coming through the previous in each and every quarter is dealing with the fact that our service providers are not initially submitting the eligible invoices so that we can process them. And then in the next slide, we are dealing with Program 2 indicators. These are just the annual and quarterly targets for Program 1, which we have them as per for first and for divided them into 4 quarters. So in Program 2, I will just be dealing with the purpose. Our Program 2 as a program professional registration. Professional registration outcome, as was alluded to by the CEO, is fitness to practice registered educators. And therefore, program 2 only has one performance indicator that it will be reporting against. And in program 2, I will just like to give context in the next slide so that you can understand the performance environment and the performance targets that we will be dealing with. What we are saying here is that what we mean by when we say that fitness to practice in terms of professional registration, because as an educator or as a student educator, we are indicating that the educator and student educators who have applied for professional registration should, number one, have a satisfactory police clearance against all their criminal records, which we are checking them against. They are checking them against SAPS and submitting to the council when they are applying as their first applicants, or maybe they are requesting to update their applications. And we indicating that if an applicant has a criminal record and it is analyzed in terms of the fit to teach process, it must, when necessary, must appear before the fit to teach committee. So teachers who have the criminal record in the council, like I think the CEO has already indicated when she dealt with the first outcome presentation to indicate that there was about 78% in the outcome of this performance of the program, where there are some teachers that are coming into into register with the council, but however they have criminal record. But there are in some cases that there are teachers who have the criminal records, but we are not discarding all of those teachers, but however we are ensuring that they must appear before the fitness to teach, but depending on the severity of their offenses from that report that we receive. And therefore, we also ensure that an educator also that have been screened are cleared against also towards the Department of Social Development National Child Protection Registers. But we want to indicate that only employers have the access to the Social Development National Child Protection Register, and as the council, we do not have that. And screening that is done as well, where we are determining this fitness to practice as a performance indicator. We are ensuring that we are screening of all foreign qualifications and evaluate the process as genuine, and we ensure that non-fraudulent foreign qualification applicants are taken through within the council or are given the license to practice. So we have also qualifications that have been screened and verified by SACWA against the National Learner Record Database. But however, currently we are not doing this process because of, as the council, we have financial constraints regarding ensuring that SACWA, we are dealing with it in that way. I would also like to indicate that with regards to registration, that SACE and Umalusi have signed the Memorandum of Understanding in the fourth quarter, which was between January and March of 2022-2023 financial year, which ensures that, amongst others, that the accreditation of independent schools is linked to SACE registered teachers and data sharing. In the next slide, we are looking at that performance indicator of 2.1% of eligible fit to practice registered educators. In 2023-24, we have the indicator as 100% as well as that we've had it in the previous financial year. And this indicator we have slightly amended also with the issue of eligibility, as well as when the CEO alluded earlier to say that the outcome as well will be taken from this performance indicator, which we have dealt with the issue of eligibility and not take everyone that is coming into register, all applicants that will be coming into register with the council. The output indicator dealing with quarterly targets, we will be reporting it in each and every quarter at 100%, and it is non-cumulative indicator. And we're indicating that although program 2 indicators indicator focuses on qualified fit to teach or fit to practice teachers. The council also registers some of these other student educators. We are also registering special categories applicants, but with limited authority to teach with regards to this. And in the next slide, we are indicating that as well as what we are registering as well, we are also registering ECD, where we are registering level 4s and 5s, even though they are also not appearing on that fit to practice and registered educators. And this ECD level to 5, we are ensuring that all of these have, you have to accumulate like a total of 120 credits with proof of level 5 registration, and proceed to NPF level 5 with special categories. So in program 3 ethical standards indicator, we have the outcome of program 3 ethical standards, outcome of maintained ethical standards as alluded to, and the purpose of this program is to ensure and promote, maintain ethical standard in the profession. I just want to pause a little, Chairperson, here to indicate that we have really problems with regards to program 3 of ethical standards, because it's one of the core of the organization. And we have a budget for 2023-24 of 2 million to deal with our cases. In the previous financial year, we had a total of 5 million budget of dealing with the cases in the council. And this picture shows that there is an inadequate fund with regards to the increasing caseload that we have, and as well as the backlogs that we've had in the previous years. And the backlogs are dating from 2019 to 2020. But however, for 2023-24, we are indicating also that we are prioritizing corporal punishment and sexual misconduct cases in the 2023-24, and also going to explore possible arrangements and networks to explore if we can, it can be doable to share evidence and resources without compromising the independence of separation of powers from the council, so that they can assist the council as well with regards to the cases. We are not saying that cases that we are not going to be dealing with, except the corporal punishment and sexual misconduct, are not important. But however, because of trying to elevate the issues of budget that we have for this program, we need that assistance so that the provincial departments, the ELRC, school governing bodies can deal with the cases that we are receiving from our educators. The previous slide, actually, the picture that we gave there shows in this slide to show that we are currently reviewing now the Code of Professional Ethics, which is contributing to the increasing caseload, because we have the relationship that we have between an educator and we have to deal with all of the cases that are coming into the council. As the educator, the learner, we have to deal with educator, the parent, cases that have to deal with educator and the community that are reported to the council, the educator and the employer, the educator and the colleagues, and the educator and the council. So therefore, in all of this, thus we are seeing it important for the council now to start the reviewing and actually reviewing of this Code of Professional Ethics, so that we can elevate that pressure. In program 3, we have a total of 3 performance indicators for the 2023-24 financial year. And the first performance indicator deals with the percentage of eligible cases investigated and finalized within a year of receipt. The annual target for the previous financial year, if I can quickly go to that, which is 2022-23 financial year, you will see that we had an annual target of 70% of this of 3.1.1 cases investigated. But in the 2023-24 financial year, we are saying that we have dropped that target to 40% based on the issues that we have been alluding to of the budget constraints regarding this program and the entity. So the second indicator that you might not see here is the percentage of eligible cases, the rolled over cases, which we did not include in the APP, which was in the APP in the previous financial year, to say that if we have to put back that indicator in here, it will really mean that the organization won't be able to move. But however, those indicators have been included in the operational plan and are not going to be left alone, because we need to deal with the rollover cases and investigate those rollover cases. For indicator 3.2.1, percentage of disciplinary hearings finalized after ratification of by the ethics committee. We have also, if you look at 2022-23 financial year, we had a percentage of 40% of cases that we were the hearings that we finalizing. But however, in this financial year, in the next financial year, we are planning to do 10% of those cases. And it shows with our analysis as well, with the cases paired to ensure that our panelists are receiving the money. And when we look at it, we see that we are not going to be able to move with the cases based on the budget that we have. Then we have the rollover disciplinary hearings, because rollover disciplinary hearings we cannot run away from. We have so many rollover disciplinary hearings that even in this financial year we are moving, and it's one of those indicators that we are really focusing on, so that we can be able to deal with our mandate when it comes to ensure that we are dealing with the disciplinary hearings. In the next slide, we have the targets, the quarterly targets, where I would just like to indicate that for the 2023-24 financial year, we are not going to have quarterly breakdowns of this target. It will be done within in 2 quarters, not in all 4 quarters like in the previous financial year, based on the fact that it is always been that in the 3rd quarter, most of the time, we have teachers that are we have exams, we have learners that are sitting in exams, we have marking, and therefore the reasons for deviation for not performing in those quarters would always be that we cannot get to schools, we cannot get we cannot get the case to be processed. So therefore that's why the quarter 3 there's no target for those performance indicators. In the next slide, we have program 4, which is the professional development. And program 4 purpose is to ensure that educators engage in a lifelong learning and to improve so that they can improve their professional competence. The outcome from this program is to improve teacher competence. And we have seen in the beginning when the CEO presented that, and she has been reiterating that SACE is indeed not a provider of continuing professional development for teachers. We are ensuring that we should be able to manage the CPTD system in terms of its quality of the programs and the endorsed activities that we are endorsing within the council. In the next slide, the quality management role that we are playing as the council is the fact that we are ensuring that in the provision of fit for purpose and relevant continuing professional development in line with the NDP. What we do also in that, we are doing it through approval of relevant and genuine quality professional development. And you will see when I present the indicators for the coming 2023-24, how we have structured and ensuring that we will ensure that we are dealing with the quality management role that SACE must actually now start to run when it deals with this element. We will also ensure that the endorsement of professional development programs and activities are fit for purpose, and ensure that those programs the teachers will be able to be taking those activities and that will be SACE approved. So we must ensure that the programs are provided to the teachers, but however, those programs that are provided to the teachers and the activities will ensure that they are all endorsed. And in a case of professional regulation and maintenance of professional membership and status, What we do as SACE, we give support to educators and ensure that they participate in the CPTD system. And in each and every province, the council ensures that the participation in the promoted and advocated SACE endorsed professional development programs and activities are offered by SACE and approved providers to the teachers, and ensure that in that teachers are earning a minimum of 150 points over a cycle of 3 years. We've just had a cycle that ended in the cycle that started in the 2020 to 2022 financial year, which ended in December 2022. So where educators have shown that they have earned a minimum of 150 points and are awarded accordingly to what they have been reporting. And the teachers are reporting their professional development uptake and earn those points periodically over those 3 years. And this is also to ensure that we encourage teachers to take part of their lifelong learning in the system. The SACE also is also playing monitoring, and we also research and evaluate on reports on the following output and outcomes. We as the council, we ensure that we are reporting the teacher development uptake to the approved providers. We are also ensuring that we complete the completion of the 3-year CPTD cycle by teachers from their participation in the endorsed activities and implication from their professional standards. Those are the things that we do when we ensure that the teachers are the quality of the fit to purpose professional development, research and monitoring and evaluation and reporting that is done throughout the value chain of the council. The next slide, please. This next slide shows the targets and indicators for the 2023-24 financial year, as indicated that I will dwell into the 4.1.1 indicator where we have amended the indicator from the previous financial year, where the indicator dealt with the teachers saying that number of teachers that are reporting in the system. But in this new financial year, we are refocusing as the council to look into the providers and the indicators as it stands that number of professional development providers reporting, type 3 activities and programs of the educator to SACE in a year. So in the 2023-24 financial year, we have a target of 20 providers that we will ensure that we are monitoring. And those 20 providers we have comprises of the 9 provincial departments of education. We have a Department of Basic Education. We also have teacher unions. We have independent schools that we have in that target of 20 for the 2023-24 financial year. The indicator 4.2.1 stays as it was in the previous financial years, which is number of educators supported on professional matters. But however, the reduction of budget has actually ensure that also with regards to the performance, we are not going to have to increase our performance indicators in supporting these educators. In the previous financial year, we supported 40,000, the target was 40,000 educators to be supported. And therefore we are saying that in the 23-24 financial year, we are going to support 30,000, which the budget was moved from around 18 million to 15 million in the next current financial year. So that's the difference that we have looked at when we were reducing these performance indicators. The next performance, 3 next performance indicators are dealing with the providers and the activities that we are endorsing in the financial year, and those indicators have not changed. Just the indicator 4.3.3 that we have moved away from the percentage, because those are one of our audit recommendations that we are implementing as the council, where we received an audit recommendation from our external auditors to ensure that we move away from the percentage of this indicator, because this indicator of 4.3.3, it actually is linking to the indicator of 4.1.1, where we are saying that as the council, we will ensure that all of those endorsed professional development activities, we will go into those sessions and observe them to ensure the quality of those activities and how the teachers are, and how teachers are also evaluating them, so that we will be doing. In the next slide is just the quarterly breakdowns of those indicators, where we will be reporting Program 4 professional development activities targets in each and every quarter. And therefore, with this one, quarter 3, you will see that the indicator of 4.2.1 has been reduced drastically from the other quarters, and it's the same reason as the other performance indicators to indicate that teachers in the third quarter, which is the month of October to December, that the teachers are currently not available because they are busy with the exams. In the next slide, we have Program 5, which is professional teaching standards. The Program 5 professional teaching standard from the midterm assessment, we've had issues that regard to the outcome to improved teacher professionalism. So which the outcome was not was dealing with the professional teaching standard, where we have 10 professional teaching standards. So we must ensure that we implement those 10 professional teaching standards through that outcome. And also we are going to be implementing it through the performance indicators that we have under the program. And within that, we also ensure that the implementation of the path as well is also underpinned by the teaching standards and the value of the profession. And in the next slide, that's when I would actually show that I would bring to your attention the fact that in the indicator 5.1.1, number of professional teaching standards promoted within the teacher education continuum. This is one of the indicators that targets have been increased in the financial year, because in the previous financial year, we were only focusing on 2 standards out of the 10 standards that professional teaching standards that we have. So in the next financial year, we will now go into 4 professional teaching standards, where we have also identified provinces that we will also be focusing on when it comes to those standards. The targets for the quarter, when we're dealing with the 2 performance indicators, in the first one, we will break down the standards for each and every quarter that we will be dealing with within those identified provinces that we will be advocating and implementing those standards. The next slide is with relation to Program 6. Program 6, which is research, and the outcome for this program, I think that it's the only outcome that is not in the strategic plan, and the outcome there is to improve the improved advisory role to the Minister of Basic Education that we have as a mandate of the council. And that we are saying in this program that we have certain focus areas of research that we will be doing in the 2023-2024 financial year. And in this, we will be focusing on profiling of those sexual misconduct perpetrators cases from 2019 to 2022. We have currently a draft report regarding the sexual misconduct cases. But however, with the discussion and the memorandum of understanding that we have with the University of Wits, University of Wits focusing also on these cases, is that the advice is to say that we need to go into now the minds of the sexual perpetrators. So therefore, the faculty will be assisting, that will be assisting us with this one. We will also enhance the draft report that we have on the sexual misconduct perpetrators that we have profiled, because they have been profiled. And then the next one will be the teacher supply and demand, where we are focusing on areas of specialization. I think in the previous slides, when we were dealing with regards to registering of educators, we went through to that, but the database that we have already also kind of started with this teacher supply and demand. But however, as the council, the data we have is more on the focus areas of specialization of those educators, to say that the educators that are going to universities, what are they focusing on more of the time? And we also have more cases that are coming through as the council of corporal punishment. And therefore, we will be dealing with the trends and analysis of those corporal punishment cases that we have within the council in the 2023-24 financial year. The output indicators for this program is in the number of research reports produced within the financial year, where we have 2 reports that we will do as indicated in the previous slides, and those are the reports. And then we will also have the number of statistical reports produced on the status of the teaching profession within the financial year. The status report, we will be giving it in the quarterly breakdown in the next slide. We will be issuing those reports, statistical reports, in Q2 and Q4, where we will have a comprehensive report in advising and also informing the profession on the issues of the council and the issues of SACE from all the mandates of the council. And the next slide, CEO. Thank you very much, CEO.
No, thank you very much, Ms. Sopeta, and Honorable Chairperson, we are done, and thank you very much. And also the inputs that we continue to receive from honorable members in the committee, including the support that we receive continuously from the DBE, our regular quarterly bilateral meetings between SACE and DBE through branch TDDG are really assisting us in terms of addressing some of the challenges, but also collaboratively dealing with some of the issues that will take the basic education sector forward, including the teaching profession. Also, thanks to Umalusi CEO and the team, because the collaboration that we continue to have and work together on the ground in terms of your accreditation processes in independent schooling and assisting us to deal with registered and unregistered teachers goes a long way. And thanks to our councillors who supported us in this and the staff. Thanks. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much to both presenters of 2 entities. You took longer than we anticipated. Members, here is the 2 presentation, and I am going to note hands. I see there's a Samsung SM something. Can that person be taken out and rename the
No,
gadget?
Chair, it's my phone. Sorry, Chair. It's my cell phone. I can't rename it. Suela.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to rename it.
No, it's fine. If it's you, then we'll accept that. But try to rename your gadget. We really don't expect or accept members to join in without their names on the gadget. I see there are 4 hands. It's Honorable Mwasetla. Yeah, now you've renamed it. Honorable Siwela. There's Shelley's iPhone. I hope this is Honorable Mukhotu. Am I correct?
Yes,
Okay.
Chairperson.
Or you are also noted to come after Honorable Siwela. There's also Honorable Tebogoletsiye and Honorable Bafuze Yabo. In that order, but maybe before you come in, Honorable Mwasetla, I would request that SACE send us a written apology of the chairperson of councillor of SACE, because we can't accept apologies that are just handed in with or verbally. For record purposes, we must have written submissions. We must have written apologies. Thank you very much. Honorable Mwasetla.
My Chair, once more, it is still in the morning. Good morning. And thank you for this opportunity. Let me go right away, Chair, by welcoming and appreciating the 2 presentations from both Umalusi and SACE. Of course, under the baton and guardianship of His Majesty, the Director General, because he's the most senior when it comes to administration today, in the absence of the two minister and the deputy minister. Further commend the entities for their relentless effort put in support of the provision of the quality public education in our country. Balobedi ba re noka e tatjwa ke meetjana. You'll get an interpretation one day that way. Noka e tatjwa ke meetjana. Without these two entities, Chair, it would be infeasible, if not impossible, for the Department of Basic Education to deliver its mandate, that of quality public education. Therefore, their contribution in our education system can never go unnoticed. Maybe, Chairperson, before I go straight into my first question, Irikiri, who DG, I would be saying the same to the minister and or to the deputy minister. They normally would say, put your money where your mouth is. Off record, I will be able to interpret to the DG what I imply by this. My question number one will be based on this, what I'm going to say. One of the nightmares, Chairperson, that often it's a question directed to Umalusi. In any case, they would get it even at the end of it without mentioning. One of the nightmares that often haunts both Umalusi and DBE is with regard to the leakages of question papers year in and year out. Now, my question based on this preamble would rather say, in your own assessment, my doctor and the DG, what could be the attributing factors to this, what one can call an incurable disease? And the second sub-question to it is, are we winning this battle? Question number two on Umalusi. What has been the impact of the research study undertaken by Umalusi in various countries as presented to this portfolio committee in 2022, and what has been included in the APP to respond to key recommendations from the research in question? Maybe before I could pose only one question on SACE, let me give my recommendation, Chair, which recommendation can be a debatable matter. I would therefore rise and recommend that indicators as reported are not or should not be changed, as the current ones mask the actual performance. However, like I have indicated, it is a debatable recommendation. One question on SACE, of course, also with a recommendation that I feel I must give. It's how under SACE, and mark you, this has been my home for more than 12 years as a professional educator. How will SACE contribute to the development and professionalization of ECD practitioners, which is at the center of the cognitive development of our children? The 1st of April last year, ECD migrated to the mainstream of our education system. Now the question is, what is the role of SACE going to be in developing and professionalizing those ECD practitioners? Maybe the recommendation, Chair, realizing that we are operating at a very sneak time constraints, the entity, it's my recommendation, should develop a plan to improve its and require, its capacity to manage cases and required resources to that effect, and submit saying, where possible and applicable, to the portfolio committee so that we are appraised in this regard. This recommendation, Chair, is coming on the spotlight based on the ongoing allegations that says when it comes to management and dealing with cases is a toothless dog. But if they were able to come up with that developed plan to improve its capacity to manage cases, we would also be found or be on the same footing in defending such serious allegations, as I have stated above. Let me stop there, Chairperson, and thank you for the opportunity. Bayadanki.
Thank you, Honorable Mwasetla, Honorable Suela. Honorable, note that I'm noting you will be the last one.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson. Let me also, like Honorable Murasetla, acknowledge the two presentations that we received from Umalusi and SACE, and indeed, they are doing a great job in ensuring that the education that our children or our learners get, it's of high quality. Chair, having said that, I have got two questions for Umalusi. The Department of Basic Education has developed a new qualification, the General Education and Training Certificate, GEC. This provides an opportunity for Umalusi to quality assure it. What measures are in place should this be the case for quality assurance of this qualification? Should this be the case, does Umalusi have the capacity to actually quality assure the certification? Secondly, as per ECD shift to the Department of Basic Education, what plans are in place to quality assure ECD practitioners and caregivers who worked in the ECD sector for more than 10 years, who do not necessarily have proper qualifications? And in the same breath, how is RPL applied in their case? And lastly, for SACE, what I want to know from them is, how does SACE use the teacher assessment to improve their training capacity development programs for educators? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Suela. Honorable Mokhotu.
Thank you, Chairperson. I would like to welcome the presentation from both entities. I'll start first by directing my few questions to SACE. As stated in your presentation, you stated that you'll be dealing with the trends and analysis of corporal punishment, perhaps implying that you have not yet started dealing with those trends. of corporal punishment cases. What I would like to know is, what measures have you put in place in order to reduce the number of disciplinary hearings of educators who appear or who have appeared before the council due to the use of corporal punishment? And if there are any measures that you have put in place, are you continuously monitoring if educators adhere to those measures? And then you have also, under fitness to practice, you have stated that you do screening to foreign qualifications. What I would like to know with regard to this is that, can you briefly take us through the screening process that you utilize to determine if the foreign qualifications are genuine and not fraudulent? Again, are there cases remaining unresolved? I'm referring to disciplinary cases, probably due to lack of evidence or victims afraid of giving evidence, especially the underaged. What is SACE's plan to protect these victims against possible abuse? And how effective are SACE investigators in dealing with these cases? Is there still a backlog of unregistered educators in the country? How is SACE ensuring that all these educators are registered? And how is SACE using its register to inform the country of the educators' supply and demand? And then my only one question to Umalusi is, has Umalusi filled all its vacancies? Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mokhotu. Honorable Letsie, then follow Honorable Liabo. Honorable Desiree, you'll be the last one because I've noted Honorable Notata before you. So you'll be the last one. Thank you. In that order.
Thanks, Chairperson. Good morning. Once again, it's 2 minutes to 12. To yourself, honorable members, good morning to the leadership of the department present, the leadership of the two entities, Umalusi and SACE, everybody on the platform, and our educators who might be zooming in from home. Chair, maybe let me start with Umalusi. Let me first start by appreciating the presentations from Umalusi and SACE. Indicate that every in the portfolio committee, I think we must all agree that their presentation always comes well packaged, speaks to the issues as directed by the invitations to them. Congratulate them once again for celebrating 20th anniversary just last year. As the CEO said, they are still in the celebration mode. We were celebrating with you, Tatera Comets. Just 2 questions to them, or maybe more. The first one, CEO, is what were the major limitations with the GEC qualification? And will the policy be processed in this current financial year, the one that will be starting now? 2, from the quality assurance and assessment report, what are the findings and recommendations to strengthen quality, and what actions will be undertaken in the current financial year? Let me see. Okay. And then with the anticipated budget cuts, and your increased mandate, how are you going to affect, or how are they going to affect the functions of Umalusi? And as per your indicators, your projections and targets are set. How realistic are they? Your indicators and targets? I think that will be all for Umalusi and for SACE. Also welcome the whole package presentation from them. Start with the accountability issues. What accountability was implemented on the 78% implementation achievement of the audit action plan, and what aspects were not implemented, noting the 78% were implemented. What were the problems with those ones not being implemented? And how will they make sure that in the next audit action plan, everything that has been identified will be achieved or implemented? And then what is the depth of the process undertaken by SACE to ascertain that educators and lecturers are fit for purpose beyond a police clearance that they spoke about, but maybe more on the assessing of a person's work history? And then what are the key objects of the professionalization process, and how is it linked to the professionalization framework by the public service and administration? And then what innovative ways can SACE take to improve its case management process and to expedite processing cases through leveraging technology? And lastly, what is the substance of the IT enhancement, and what areas are being enhanced in the planned financial year? Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good day now.
Thank you, Honorable. In that order, Honorable Yabo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Please excuse the noise in the background. It looks like there's renovations happening in the area. I will ask my first question for SACE will be an observation about why the department has not increased funding for SACE, particularly to build sufficient capacity to implement these programs. And also to understand what the main limitations are that contribute to giving the type of support that can drastically improve SACE's capacity to manage cases. And that was my question on SACE. My questions on Umalusi, Chair. The first observation is, why did the entity change its indicator on the payment of service providers within 30 days to an average which can still be below 30 days? But other service providers are paid beyond 30 days. Why did they change the indicator? Because it makes it difficult to assess whether all service providers are paid within 30 days as a baseline, especially in cases that I have just referred to, where an entity or where a service provider is paid way beyond the 30-day period. Another question is, why did the Umalusi change the indicator on the percentage of errors in printing certificates and verifications completed within 2 days, which seems to be a soft landing target as it does not reflect the actual performance as the previous indicators? Lastly, what are the main areas of the advocacy work that Umalusi does? And how does it address in misinformation of the quality of metric results? And you know, Chair, that we've been hearing a lot during these public hearings how a lot of people berate the quality of our education, especially the quality of our metric certificate, predominantly from those who prefer to do homeschooling. And how does the Umalusi address these attacks that are continuously leveled against the quality of our education system, in particular the grade 12 certificate? Thank you very much, Chair.
No data coming.
All right, thanks. Can I just check from Honorable?
Are you taking over, Honorable Letsie?
No. Honorable Whip has identified people who must speak after each other. Not that I was sleepy. You are audible, not that.
Thank you so much, imposed chair. I just wanted to pose a few questions. The first is to Umalusi, the first batch of questions. Just out of interest, why is the NSC no longer being taken up abroad or being provided abroad? Just out of interest, it'd be interesting to hear that. The second thing is around the assessment methods at exit points. Would Umalusi, give us an understanding based on the benchmarking tests that you did with various countries and the research you've already shared with us? Did you maybe look at those particular countries as to what assessment methods they use at exit points? And if so, please share that information with us. If not, would you then consider as part of your APP and your targets to collaborate with the Department of Basic Education to kind of do a research as to what assessment methods can be used at exit points either than exams or sitting down for exams, or if there are a quasi method that is being used of partially exams and partially continuous assessment, what is the success rate of that and what does that actually look like? So it'd be interesting to hear that from you on that two-pronged question. And then in terms of also, you mentioned the general education certificate. I just want to understand on the general education certificate as to what is the anticipated timeline for the resubmission of the GC qualification policy for quality assurance processes to be done? If you can maybe give an indication whether you've set that as part of your targets. But I want to also ask around the certification of what we call School of Skills. Where do we locate that? Does Umalusi, is it part of the general education certificate policy statement? Where do we locate that? Where you find learners that are necessarily not academical and then they're taken to this School of Skills. I understand that there is no certification process for it. Is it quality assured, those particular programs of School of Skills in those schools, considering that this is also part of the 3-stream curriculum model? I just want to get an understanding of that. And if not, would you then consider putting it as part of your plans and targets to kind of assist those learners so that when they do complete those different industries that they find themselves in, they're able to use that certificate to get employment and other things. And then second, lastly, it's around, understanding whether Umalusi, in terms of private entities such as online and blended learning schools, are you also part and parcel of, quality assuring that particular area of schooling, considering that the department right now does not necessarily have laws in place to regulate online and blended learning, but it's something that does take place in the country, particularly run by private entities or home educators. So it would be interesting to hear that from you as well. And then lastly, because of budgetary constraints, and I'm speaking to an entity that, generally is a leading entity in terms of ensuring that our finances are spent in the right way, following the law and legislation. Would you not then have a challenge of overloading of staff due to budgetary constraints, and how are you going to go about overcoming that as part of your APP budget and targets? So that's just for Umalusi. And then in terms of SACE, when it comes to the professional development of teachers, it's a topic that's very close to my heart, because I know what poor quality teaching can do to a child, and I've seen it firsthand. So I wanted to check with you, in terms of your professional development of teachers strategy, have you linked that with the higher education institutions or the Department of Higher Education in a sense, considering that they are responsible for the professional development of teachers in terms of qualification, which will later be registered with you, but then teaching as a continuous professional, developing, sector on its own. So as part of your strategy, have you linked that up? Have you considered linking it up, considering that there's also this 3-stream curriculum model in which teachers obviously have to be continuously developed in terms of their pedagogies, in terms of the knowledge of what can be taught in the classroom. So that's my first question. And then secondly, with this 87% of professional development, that you've achieved, I wanted to check with you. How do you actually measure the impact? Do you have a mechanism as part of your APP, your budget, your targets, that you say, look, we've trained developed X amount of teachers. In fact, it's 91.2%, sorry, of educators that participate in professional development activities. How do you measure this? Whether it's actually being implemented in the classroom. Is there a mechanism in place? And as part of a recommendation, would you then consider a method that is being used in one province in our country, where we've got what we call an independent school monitoring and evaluation authority, or inspectorate, as other countries call them, that can do this monitoring of quality teaching in the classroom as part of your professional development program, as SACE, considering that the teacher is the most important person in the classroom. And currently our teachers, teach 12% less time than planned. So it becomes very critical to see how do we then develop those skills, that knowledge, the pedagogies, and then do we then measure the impact of those in the classroom. And then I also would like to understand, in terms of unqualified teachers, it's part of your external challenges, if I read your APP correctly. And do you by any chance have a number or have done research of how many unqualified teachers do we actually have in the system that may not necessarily be registered with SACE or are registered with SACE, but don't have the level of qualification that is required? And follow up to that, do we then have programs particularly targeted to those teachers as part of the professional development strategy to ensure that those teachers are actually qualified to teach what they teach? And you would have seen that the teams or international tests have been done on our teachers, some of them in terms of getting as low as 30 to 31% or 32% in subjects that they teach. So it becomes a very critical issue. So if you only know 32% of what you teach, I can only imagine what a child in the pace and content that is loaded in the CAPS curriculum would actually take out of you as a teacher. So that becomes critical. Then regarding the disciplinary cases reported and investigated by SACE, in one of the answers to parliamentary questions, it was indicated that the closed cases were not categorized according to the code of ethics that were breached. For example, assault, sexual abuse, or misconduct or even racism. Why does then SACE not categorize these cases in that way? Will you then consider as part of your planned targets and your plans for this financial year to include such categorization to ensure that those particular cases that have been dealt with are categorized correctly? I then understand that the fit for purpose to be more than just the initial screening and registration by SAPA, SACWA, and Home Affairs, and also include professional development of educators. Does the achievement of 87.3% only reflect registration, or also the professional development of those particular educators? This links to the first question that I initially asked to you. And then the second last one for me is, how do you monitor or assess adherence to the professional code of conduct? Do you equate registration to adherence? How do you account for registered individuals who breach the code of conduct? And do you have that as part of your plans to safeguard or bulletproof our children from such incidences? And the last one is, how far along are you in the development of the monitoring tool to monitor the development of policies and frameworks for improved professionalization? And how far along are you in the development of the actual policies? Is it part of your targets this year? If I've missed it, please do point me to the right direction. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you,
Hey,
Honorable
thank you.
Dr. Valt.
Thank you, Chair. I was scared I was reprimanded for not talking quickly, as you mentioned our names. But nevertheless, Chair, in fact, Honorable Nodara just raised the issue that I was going to raise about categorizing cases so that we can ensure effective oversight of these processes and procedures. But also, I would like to know, when we categorize cases, it seems like if you look at the responses that we received from the Minister on a question I've asked, is that although the number of sexual misconduct cases reported to SACE really grew from 92 to 169 and then to 191, we see the total number of teachers struck off indefinitely went quite down from 19 out of 92, 11 out of 169, and only 4 out of 191. Not long ago, towards the end of November, colleague Van Zyl asked questions also about the crime stats, where we saw that there were, even murders committed on premises of educational facilities, rapes at daycare centers, etc. How are these stats worked into SACE, if at all, or are these different criminal cases not included? I would like to know if that stats include, or is it coming in the new year that it will be added on? I also believe that we have to look at the prevention of this instead of always being reactive, and whether SACE will, with the department, work on an idea that we have proposed before, and we will refocus on it, and that is to get some of the therapists at schools that can't do their community serve years at hospitals or medical institutions, because I believe if we have those at schools, which is most targeted where these things happen, that it could bring down, and that learners would have some sort of a safe person to go to and report, because we accept that some cases aren't real cases and we battle with witnesses, etc. But I also believe that there are cases that is not reported. And on the question reply that I received last week, we will do a follow-up to know on these cases reported, how many are in each province, in which circuits, and is there, if SACE can say these cases, is it similar areas? Where does it happen? Is it in overcrowded schools where there are less teachers? Is it only in very poor communities? Does it happen more in one province than in others, or is it just spread across the country, 1 year and 2 there and 1 year? I think we really have to be a bit proactive and not just report on stats. We have to prevent this, because parents send their children to school to be educated, not to be raped or murdered or assaulted or whatever. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Van der Walt. I think all members have spoken, but maybe before I hand over to the DG and the, the two entities, let me pose a few questions to both entities, starting with Umalusi. But let me also acknowledge and appreciate the two presentations that we received from the two entities. The first one is with regard to slide 30 and 31. Dr. Rakumeti and the team. On slide 30, there is the original approved budget is amounted to 187.7 million. And when you go to slide 31, is now a budget of 197 million. So maybe if I can be clarified on which one is the actual budget for this current for the financial year of 2022 to 2023. But my second question really is with regard to the advocacy of in Umalusi, whether they do public education for the entire society and the country to understand the work that they are doing, or is it only for a few institutions, professionals, learners, educators? If maybe I can be clarified, because you would find out that there are people in this country who even does not know of Umalusi and its existence. So maybe if I can get also clarity on that one. And then when it comes to SACE, on page or slide 21, they are mentioning 8 focus areas and they're not highlighted. So maybe if they can, clarify us what are those 8 focus areas that they are mentioning in their slides. And then the second question is with regard to the commitment that was made by SACE in building offices in the Northern Cape in 2021-2022 financial year. How far is SACE with that? With those offices? Remember, what the Northern Cape is one of the vast provinces and very, very rural province, and are they still struggling to have access to SACE? So if maybe we can be clarified or responded to as a portfolio committee, how far is SACE with building the office as they committed in the last financial year? And my other question is on page 8 or slide 8 that alludes to legislative and policy environment. Where is the South African Schools Act in the list? Because I seem not to be finding it anywhere. It's not mentioned anywhere in your presentation. And how is SACE enabling teachers to also understand the current legislation of BELA when you can clearly see that there is no South African Schools Act mentioned in your presentation? What is your role as a SACE in making sure that you also play a role in enabling teachers to play a role in this current amendments that are supposed to amend SASA or South African Schools Act? But the next one that I would want to understand, it's with regard to the legislation that SACE is citing in their policies of NQF of 2008. Why are they still using that policy when there's a new or amended one of August 2019? Maybe if I can also be clarified, why is SACE also using outdated policies and when they talk about professionalizing and even improving teacher or educators' development? And the last one is with regard to the foreign qualification or on foreign qualification that they're mentioning in their presentation, that they are actually checking whether is it their mandate to do that. Is it not the mandate of South African Qualification Authority to check and verify if the qualifications or foreign qualifications are legit? But lastly, I would also want to check with really what is your core functions, because even your budget, you spent more than 60%, if I'm not mistaken, to administration. What is really your priority? What is it that you want to achieve? Because when it comes to other when it comes to other programs, they lag on budget, but most of your budget, it is mainly spent, your expenditures are mainly spent on administration. If maybe SACE can respond to that. Thank you very much. Let me pause there and allow, I see the DG has left, Dr. Rakumeti, and what is and the Sis Ella Mokhalane to lead us with responses.
Chairperson, can I go first?
Yes, Doctor. Yes.
Thank you very much. I would like to appreciate the inputs of the members of the portfolio committee and their commendations about our presentation. The inputs of the members of the portfolio committee show us things that could be, in some instances, on our blind side, and they assist to grow the thinking of the Umalusi management. The leakages of question papers are informed by a criminal element in the system, and people who would want to acquire qualifications without having studied for them. This is very unfortunate, considering the fact that when anybody studies, that individual wants to grow his knowledge and to make himself or herself competent in whatever he's doing. Now, you can imagine a person who gets a national senior certificate without having worked hard for it, whether if he has to proceed to universities, to how universities will be able to perform or not. So I think the people who do these things are shooting themselves in the foot, and they are disadvantaging our learners. Chairperson, I need to indicate, however, that in 2022, much to the appreciation of Umalusi, there were no leakages. It would appear that the Department of Basic Education has been able to close the tap. The kind of irregularities that we had in 2022 were of such a nature that they were individual, or they were located in specific areas or in specific centers, but they were not systemic, as in a paper that would leak and you would not know the spread of that paper. Regarding the benchmark report that we had last year, that we shared with the members of the portfolio committee, I want to submit, Chairperson, that the benefit that we derive out of that report is that we are able to defend the currency of the National Senior Certificate. Because when you compare the NSC, there will be areas where our qualification is much more stronger than the other qualifications, and vice versa. And the members of the public, when they look at that report, they then gain confidence in our qualification, and where our qualification is weak and where the situation so dictates, we go and improve and strengthen our qualification. That is the importance of that report as far as we are concerned. Yes, Honorable Murat, we have planned to analyze the recommendations of the report and check the relevance of the recommendations to our context, and will provide the DBE during the course of this, the next financial year, with the recommendations that are coming from the research. And in some instances, this will come as directives to say, colleagues, you have to improve in this area, we're lagging behind. There'll be some that will not fit in our context. I want to go to then the question that was asked by Honorable Suela regarding the development of the GEC. The GEC, we have developed reports to the department indicating what needs to be strengthened in the qualification. We gave them the directives to the DBE, and we are awaiting resubmission of the qualification, to Umalusi, so that once we are satisfied that the qualification meets all the requirements, we'll then be able to submit the qualification for registration with the South African Qualifications Authority. Umalusi has appraised intended curricula in 42 vocational and occupational oriented subjects, and we have sent the directives also to the DBE in that regard. So where there were shortcomings, we were able to identify them and indicate to the DBE how they have to be strengthened. The DBE must submit the final intended curricula and the assessed curricula for appraisal. The major limitation of the GEC was the exclusion of occupational subjects offered at the School of Skill, as observed by one honorable member. The DBE, as we speak, is piloting the assessment model for the GEC. We're going to look at the outcome of that pilot and check whether it fits into the requirements of the National Qualifications Framework and the prescripts of the South African Qualifications Authority. Now I'm proceeding to other issues, and as I was responding to the GEC, I did touch on the questions that were asked by other members on the question of the GEC. Regarding the quality assurance of the GEC, we've got the capacity as Umalusi in terms of the know-how. We know how to quality assure qualifications. What remains a problem are resources, as I indicated in my opening remarks earlier on this morning, because we are taking our mandate on an incremental basis, and our mandate is expanding. The subjects that we have to quality assure are increasing. The qualifications are increasing, but the budget is not increasing proportionally. In terms of capacity, yes. In terms of the capacity to do the work, yes, we'll be able to quality assure the qualification. However, in terms of the resources, as in the budget, we'll not be able to do it. On the question asked by Honorable Suwela on the RPL to be applied on ECD teachers, I need to indicate that Umalusi is battling with the same question that I've just raised of doing RPL and the resources for it. We don't have the budget to do RPL. We have written to the two ministers to say Umalusi is willing to do RPL, is ready to do RPL. There are a few hurdles that we still have to jump, but we don't have the budget. We are overstretched as things stand. We are doing RPL for access. That's the intention. And when I look at the ECD qualification, and I look at the sub-framework that may be relevant for RPL for ECD, I don't think Umalusi will be the relevant quality council. Maybe the QCTO or the Council on Higher Education, because teachers' qualifications are on those sub-frameworks. We have to look at where similar qualifications are located in terms of sub-framework, so that we don't undermine the parity of esteem of the ECD practitioners to say, these got their qualifications or their RPL from Umalusi, when the rest of the other teachers get their qualifications from the Council on Higher Education. Honorable Mokhotu, the vacancies for us are a moving target. Just to illustrate the point, this month alone, we have 2 resignations. Last month, we had, I think, about 2 or 3. So it's a moving target. As we feel others become vacant. It is unlike 5 years, 6 years ago, where for a period of about 6 months to 8 months, there will be no resignation. Every month at Umalusi, for the reasons that I indicated in my opening remarks, there is a resignation. So we then do the advertisement according to protocol, do the shortlisting, appoint, and orientate the new incumbent. I need to indicate that, like the CFO reported earlier on in Nestella, that councillors approved 12 additional positions with effect from the 1st of April 2023. With those positions, we have advised each other that we should start early with the recruitment so that come the 1st of April, come the 1st of May, we are able to effect appointments. So we are on target there. But vacancies remain a moving target. Honorable Litia, I think I've responded to some of your questions on GEC, but let me just check whether there are no additional inputs in that regard. One of our findings from the evaluation of the GEC is that the policy is silent on programs offered at the School of Skills. We hope that the revised policy from the department will address this matter. The DBE is still to resubmit the qualification for further evaluation. The qualification will be registered once it has satisfied the requirements of SACWA. Let me see. Okay. Now, I think this will suffice for now. Let me go on to the other area of the questions of Honorable Litsie. Honorable Litsie is asking how we are going to strengthen quality assurance emanating from the witnesses that we observed in 2022. We issue every assessment body, including the DBE, with a quality assurance report with areas of good practice where they have to continue strengthening their operations and areas where there was non-compliance with directives to improve. And the indication to them, to all the assessment bodies, including the DBE, is that by the 15th of March 2023, they should submit the report to us on how they are going to strengthen those areas. We have received that report, and that report is being considered by management as we speak to say, we identified this weakness and they are going to correct it in this fashion. Are we satisfied or not? If we are satisfied, we are going to be monitoring how they are going to do that kind of remedial work. If we are not satisfied, we write back to the assessment body, including the DBE, to say, please beef it up in this manner. We are not happy. So that is being taken care of in the manner that I've illustrated. The reduced budget undermines the mandate of Umalusi in this country. For instance, we have to reduce our sample sizes on which we pronounce on the quality assurance work that we do, thus making huge pronouncements on a very small sample that we have done. A sample that may even not be representative of the picture that we have as a country from Cape Town to Messina, Richards Bay, Mpangeni to Springbok. One other thing that I have to keep on doing continuously with my executive managers is to keep on motivating the staff, showing that it is the work that we are doing is very important for the country to keep their morale high. Because with the reduced budget, we've got staff that is overstretched, staff that works long hours, staff that gets burnt out, then staff that resign. And once they resign and they cross over to sister organizations or to government departments, they call their friends at Umalusi and say, hey, you know what? I'm having a free weekend. I don't knock off at 6 o'clock or 8 o'clock at night. When I close my laptop at 4 o'clock, I'm going to be with my family and enjoy quality time. With you there at Umalusi, you are working 24/7. That's the mishap that we have. Now, also in the process of losing staff, we are losing very important institutional memory that is irreplaceable. If we are to, for instance, check in a particular unit where a particular document is or how you approach something some few years ago, we have to go and dig deep in the resources, unlike just asking somebody about the history of that item. The targets that we have, Honorable Litsie, with the current budget are realistic. They are realistic. Where Honorable Yabo was asking about the change of indicators, I'm going to ask the manager sitting with us in the meeting to respond to those. He gave a few examples the 30 days payments. Mr. Lamosineri, CFO, and other colleagues will assist in responding to those and in mopping up on areas that I might have omitted. There is a lot of misinformation about the qualifications that we quality assure. South Africans believe that something that comes from overseas is better than something that we have locally. This is despite the rigorous approaches that we have in our quality assurance regime. This is despite our continuous benchmarking with colleagues in the SADC region, in Africa, and internationally, where we belong to associations in SADC, Africa, and internationally. And we are continuously comparing notes with how the colleagues are doing their business. We do advocacy, and when we do advocacy, we educate people about our mandate and how we carry it out. And whenever I do that with my team of executive and senior managers, I see people nodding around the table. And I'm sure we're able to win people over in terms of the rigor that we follow in our qualifications. Regarding homeschooling, homeschooling remains a problem because the standards there could be a bit wanting. Most of the homeschoolers are writing through the South African Comprehensive Assessment Institute, which follow the same rigorous processes as the IEB and the Department of Basic Education. So we ensure that we have rigor even in that area. Honorable Nodada, why are we no more offering the NSC outside the borders of South Africa? This question is about our constitution, our law, and our sovereignty, and the jurisdiction and powers that our law give us to be in areas outside the borders of South Africa. Our laws don't allow that. This so much that these things happened, and it was a mistake in the past, and we are now trying to correct them, because the challenge is if a paper were to leak, for instance, in Eswatini, and we don't have SAPS in Eswatini, who will investigate that? And also that will impact on South Africa because they'll be writing the same paper as our students in the country. The unintended consequence of having the NSC outside the borders of South Africa is that those students in Eswatini, and in the case of the IB in Namibia, Mozambique, and other jurisdictions, are then able to compete for university spaces with our students in South Africa. The university spaces that we all know are very limited in the country. They are then able to enter the South African job market easily because they've got the qualifications that we have in South Africa. Honorable Nodada, you asked the question about what the benchmarking exercise that we did is saying about the assessment approaches of other jurisdictions. And like I said, we belong to associations in SADC, Africa, and internationally. But coming to your question, the NSC assessment methods have more similarities with approaches deployed by other comparison programs. In other areas, they follow 75-25 written component SBA split, like South Africa. In some jurisdictions, they follow 60-40. Some jurisdictions, they follow 50-50. In some jurisdictions, it's 100% written component with SBA. To illustrate the point, in a journal, Perspectives in Education, volume 34, number 4 of December 2016, which is a product of the outcome of the international conference that we hosted in Cape Town in 2016. According to, is it John Oppos? Is it John Oppos? Yes, from UK NAREC. Dennis Oppos rather. They were moving from the old SBA weighting at that time to the new SBA weighting in 2016. English literature was going to move from 25% SBA to 0%. Physics 25 to 0, geography 25 to 0, history 25 to 0. Same with business studies. French was going to be, the SBA was going to be from 60 to 25%. Design technology 60 to 50%, and drama was going to remain at 60. So we follow the same, and all the people we interact with are having written examinations, Honorable Nodada. Let me just see, I've responded on the school of skill. Let me just go on. The online schools, Umalusi and the Department of Basic Education, DB under DG and the Minister are discussing the policy for online schools. We have made our input, we sent them to the Minister and the DG during the course of last month, so that policy will soon be finalized with the input of Umalusi. Honorable members, I need to repeat from the questions of Honorable Nodada that with the budget reductions, we continue to overload our staff. We've got a mandate that is incrementally being increased according to the Jan-FEDCO Act, but the budget does not increase proportionally. Honorable Adwans, as I try to land, the budget that you read on slide number 13 is for the financial year 2022-2023, 187 million of the financial year that ends the end of this month. The 197 million rands is for the next financial year, 2023-2024. The CFO, if I get anything wrong there, will advise. Honorable Adwans, regarding advocacy, yes, we are doing advocacy, but you'd agree with me that the South African audience is just too big for us to reach everybody. And going the adverts in the newspapers and on TV is very expensive for Umalusi. We've gone to universities and addressed the university professors in the main, in the faculties of education. What I like about that approach, and also the approach of going to the provincial legislatures and also to the SGBs, career exhibitions, webinars, those are the advocacy platforms that we use, is that you then have ambassadors coming out of those meetings who represent us well. There are instances when we are attacked in the media, where a university professor will just come up and say, I know the processes that these people are following. They are rigorous and they are defensible and they are scientific. We are continuing to expand the pool. Where we identify a gap, we fill the gap and we continue with our advocacy programs. Honorable Chairperson, I might have skipped one or two questions, and the Umalusi management may come in the next 3-5 minutes to fill in the gaps, and then we'd have done our bit. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Eva Suji, Senior Manager for Qualifications, Curriculum and Certification. I will just address the change in the targets for the verification and certification. As Ms. Mosemege has indicated when she presented, the previous indicators for verification and certification are now part of the reports. The reports includes now far more than just the previous indicators. As per the NQF Act, Umalusi must submit the learner records to the NLRD. And that's why this is also included then in the reports. We also report on the misrepresented qualifications, as one honorable member mentioned the NQF Act 12 of 2019, which has not yet been proclaimed by the president, but already Umalusi is submitting this misrepresented qualifications data to SACWA. Furthermore, we also give states on the reissues, the replacements, the number of court appearances. So the report includes really far more than the initial indicators and give them more information as per the NQF Act, as well as what we do in Umalusi. Thank you very much.
CFO.
Thank you, CEO.
CEO, can I
Honorable-
move in before the CFO? The CFO will come last, yes. In terms of the indicator on payment of service providers within 30 days, the rationale was for management, it was for improving the systems and the turnaround times for paying service providers. That was the thrust. It was not to underplay the 30 days. If in actual fact, we can provide the portfolio committee with our evidence to show that since we started doing this, we have significantly improved our turnaround time so that our service providers are happy. They know when they submit an invoice, they will get paid within a very short space of time. For instance, this year, in this financial year, the first quarter, our average was 10 days. And out of that, we don't have a single invoice that was paid after 30 days. If anything, what I did while the questions were being asked, I scanned through the information and I counted the number of invoices that were paid after 20 days. In the first quarter, they were 21 out of 170. In the second quarter, our average was 7 days, and the number of invoices over 20 days was only 7. So we've moved from 21 to 7 out of 198 invoices. And in the third quarter, which was our last quarter for reporting, the average has gone down to 4 from 7. And there's only 1 invoice that was paid after 20 days. So using the turnaround time as the focus of our management processes and systems to manage the payments has actually assisted us since we started using an average, because we want to achieve a very small average for everyone. Thank you. The CFO can add.
Thank you, Stella. Honorable Chairperson, yes, I just want to add a small part on that. Umalusi recognized that in terms of the legislation, all creditors must be paid within 30 days. And we would have not been able to achieve clean audits over the past 3 years if that had been the case. Now, in order to strengthen our controls, hence the reason for changing the indicator to say average number of days of payment of service providers. And we therefore also work on valid and correct invoices from the date of receipt. And we want to ensure that we have a short turnaround time, that we can also negotiate the best possible prices to ensure value for money as part of our strategy to build also such relationships with our service providers. And therefore, we've changed that directive. But I can give you the assurance as the committee also that both internal audit and the external auditors are looking very closely at compliance with the legislation to ensure that we pay all our creditors within 30 days. Thank you, CEO.
Mr. Leporta, sorry, Chair. Mr. Leporta.
Thank you, CEO. Good afternoon, Chair and members. Just one addition on advocacy. One of the things that we do as Umalusi in order to reach as many stakeholders as possible is through the webinars that we hold periodically. And every time when we issue out an invite, we request of our stakeholders to share it with as many of their networks as possible. For example, on Thursday, between 2 and 4, we'll be having another webinar on the online replacement certificate system. So that is just to emphasize the message of the CEO that we are becoming innovative in how best we can have the message of Umalusi reaching as many people as possible. Thank you.
Zodwa, anything from you? It looks like nothing. And then Mrs. Bandadas. Thank you very much, Chairperson. We hand over back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gomez and your team. SACE.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And let me start by acknowledging the issue that you raised with regard to the apology. I think it was an oversight. We will rectify that one. We'll do it accordingly. But also just to move quickly to the issues of legislation, I think the issue of the NQF Act, maybe it's just an oversight again, because we've written it as NQF for 2008 as amended, because we are fully aware that we are using the 2019 version. Maybe we shouldn't write the as amended, but refer directly to the 2019 version. Similarly, the issue of SASA, I think we could have even written NEPA and a whole lot of others. We chose the ones that we work directly with. In terms of SASA, really, to be honest, our focus is more on to what an extent do we work with SGBs as employers of teachers, but also in terms of Section 19 when it comes to the issues of abolishment of corporal punishment and very few other areas. And that is why it wasn't part of that. But I think maybe going forward, we will try and put as many as possible. The issue here was to choose the ones that will be relevant to the APP in terms of the programs that we have. But let me go back to the questions in terms of, I'm trying not to do them one by one because I'm going to take a lot of time, but maybe just to start with the ECD issue that was raised by Honorable Morad Sattler, and I think it appeared again somewhere. As SACE, we've got we register educators, and when the issue of the ECD function shift came to the DBE, we then started working collaboratively with the DBE in terms of the relevant directorate and chief directorate that is dealing with ECD matters, and DDG Simone. And therefore, we are part of the steering committee and also committees that are dealing with the HRD strategy that is there to look into issues of how do you develop the ECD practitioners, how do you professionalize the space, but even if you check the strategy has got an area that deals with how do you deal with the professional registration of that particular sector. And therefore, if you would have seen our presentation already as part of professionalization, we are registering ECD sector. Previously, it was largely just ordinary from grade R as part of schooling. However, with the ECD function shift, we've moved in terms of looking at those that are in grades RR, RRR, and move to NQF level 4, but with the understanding that a person would have registered for NQF level 5, so that we, and also those that have got diploma in grade R teaching and those that have got BEd foundation phase. So already we've occupied that space in terms of the qualifications together with teacher unions as well. We are assisting each other on the ground and working closely with the Department of Higher Education and Training so that they can evaluate what many of our ECD practitioners are having currently, so that that evaluation of what they have can be able to place them at a particular level, and we can advise in terms of what are some of the areas or the levels that they need to improve to. So that particular area is being taken care of. But obviously, we're receiving very limited cases in that space when it comes to issues of misconduct, especially in many of the crèches and your pre-primary schooling. But I think as we advocate more, we'll begin to receive those. Also, just to note that the National Policy Framework on Teacher Education is limiting SACE's role in managing the CPTD system in the schooling sector. And therefore, the CPTD system as it stands has been designed in a way that it covers only your grade R up to grade 12. But part of that HRD strategy process of dealing with ECD in the DBE together with the partners, it's it's making sure that we work on that, including some of the issues raised by the CEO of Umalusi, RPL, and so on and so on. There's an issue raised by Honorable Suela. How do we use teacher assessment for teacher development programs? And I want to link that with some of the issues raised by Honorable Nodada, including Honorable Van der Walt. Maybe I need to go into the role of SACE with regard to quality assurance of continuing professional development. There are two aspects. One, it's part of the CPTD system, the management part, which is saying before any provider of continuing professional development, for example, your 9 provincial education departments, or your higher education institutions, or your teacher unions, before they offer any professional development to teachers, that must be submitted to SACE for SACE to say DBE or Mpumalanga Department of Education or Western Cape, as a provider of professional development, you have gone through the SACE approval criteria for you to be recognized as an approved provider. It's part of your fit for your quality assurance. But even more, to what an extent are these providers that have been approved by SACE providing fit for purpose in terms of the criteria that speaks to quality of the program or activities, relevance, and relevance is linked to what Honorable Suela is also asking in terms of how are we using the data that is coming from the assessment of teachers? How are we using the NSC diagnostic assessments? How are we using other needs that are coming from the system, that are coming from educators to be informing the relevance and fitness for purpose, and also fit for purpose in terms of what we are endorsing in terms of the provisioning of quality professional development. And therefore, that particular area is being done. But if you check slide 58, is saying while we've been doing that, we are acknowledging we are not happy because that is giving us the outputs to say, yes, we've endorsed 55 programs, for example, we've endorsed this number, approved this number of providers. But to what an extent can we attest to the fact that what we have endorsed is giving us joy in terms of contributing to the learning outcomes? And I think that's what Honorable Nodada is asking. And therefore, slide number 58 is saying, over and above the outputs that we've been reporting, that we've been focusing on, we are moving to the outcomes in terms of doing exactly what you raised, Honorable Nodada, in terms of checking the effect. And I'm cautious to say the impact, because then it needs a whole lot of independence, it needs a whole lot of resources to be dealing with impact. But I think what you're saying, yes, you are correct. To what an extent is that provisioning that we're saying is fit for purpose, is of quality, contributing to this country's learning outcomes, contributing to the professional competence of teachers in a classroom. And I know the department are doing the pre and post testing in most of their professional development programs, so that we can be in a position to say, we are happy in terms of quality, we are happy in terms of fitness for purpose, and we can say what we are seeing in terms of the learning outcomes, in terms of school performance, school improvement, is as a result of the continuing professional development that teachers participate in as one or two or three aspects. Remember, it can't be all. Remember, there are other factors over and above continuing professional development that are impacting on that. But in addition, Honorable Nodada, you raised the issue around our relationship with higher education institutions. The SACE role of quality assurance of endorsed professional development includes also your credit-bearing qualifications, credit-bearing short skills program, and also those short-bearing courses that are on the NQF. And therefore, already that that particular process, we are working very closely with higher education institutions on that one. But even more, we've taken another step, which we are moving towards in terms of working with, again, in line with NQF Act 2019 of working with quality councils. The Council on Higher Education, as CEO Umalusi was indicating, is responsible for the higher education band of the NQF. And therefore, we've got a joint accreditation process. We are signing a memorandum of agreement now when April, when the new financial year starts, so that we can, like any other professional body, say to higher education institutions, if this university is not having relevant, fit for purpose or programs that are needed by the labor market, that are needed by the sector, therefore they can train those teachers or student teachers, however, would not register them. The same principle that is being applied by EXA, your engineering council, your SACE, your all other professional bodies that are there. So that step is there. I know there are issues in terms of the outcry that might be there from labor's perspective to say, but then it means you will be tampering with the issues around demand and supply. Because if you're not going to register those teachers because of the university that they are coming from with programs that are not of quality in terms of what you are needing, you then destabilize the country. I think we'll come to that bridge when it happens, but the bottom line is, it can't be business as usual. We need to be entering that space and be able to make sure that we define the kind of a teacher that we want to have in the country in as far as quality is concerned. Moving to Honorable Mohotu, there was an issue that you raised around screening of foreign qualifications. Let me just deal with that by addressing fitness to practice and to teach, so that I cover all the questions that were raised around that. One of the reasons why SACE is registering has got a mandate. There are three key mandates, as I've indicated. One is to register educators. And the reason why we are registering educators from a professional regulatory perspective, and I think we need to underline that, from a professional regulatory perspective, we're regulating entry into the profession. And when we regulate entry into the profession, we need to attest to the parents of this country, to the public, to say, when we say your child is in Pretoria High Schools for boys, as SACE, the fact that we gave that teacher a certificate as a license to practice, we can attest that from conduct perspective. The SAPS clearance certificate, the Child Protection Register, the National Register of Sexual Offenders, it's giving us clearance to say we've screened the person, we are happy from conduct perspective, we are not bringing pedophiles into classrooms. That's number one. But secondly, the issue of qualifications in terms of verification, in terms of evaluation, you are correct. The mandate and the custodian is the South African Qualifications Authority. However, we work with SAQA collaboratively to say, as part of their role in evaluating foreign qualifications, but in addition, verifying the institutions where these qualifications were obtained, we will take that data and information and use it to screen the educators that are coming in from having foreign qualifications, not necessarily foreign nationals, but anyone else with foreign qualifications, to make sure that we satisfy ourselves that the qualification is really genuine. The other step that we are taking as part of our review and repositioning process is to say, it's not enough just to look at the conduct, and I think, Honorable Nodada, I'm responding to you as well in terms of what you raised. It's not enough just to say the qualification is genuine. What else do we need? We are working as part of our professionalization process, but also to link up with Honorable Litsia, when you said what does professionalization mean? Part of the professionalization is to say, when this student teachers graduate, they should graduate with provisional registration, come into the teaching profession with provisional registration, where SACE will then say to employers, all employers, and DB is working on that together with us. I know Branch T is working on that, on mandatory induction that will take all these newly qualified educators through an induction process, so that we can make sure that we deal with issues of competent people. We deal with issues of what this country's outcome number one is saying, having capable people with capacities to be in our classrooms. And therefore, that relationship between SACE and DBE Branch T in terms of the induction process, including all 9 provincial education departments and your private employers, including SGB bodies as employers, would then say we can only register you fully and give you full registration status with designation in line with the NQF Act again, to say you have a designation that says you are a certified teacher. Indeed, because you've gone through that particular process. You know that in other professions, they would go through the exam, they will go through the bar, your SACE, in terms of your chartered accountants will go through particular processes. However, in the teaching profession, through consultation processes, we've managed to agree that we need to be following the mandatory 1-year full induction process that will be able to deal with that particular issue around fitness to practice that needs to be enhanced. And I think we have partly answered to what Honorable Mokoto raised, but also in terms of what Honorable Noda raised, as well as let me also move to what Honorable Litsia raised in terms of the, while I'm still on professionalization issue. Slide 65, which deals with program 5, that is focusing on professional standards. If you check slide 65, is giving you the 8 areas, which I'm also responding to Honorable Chairperson in terms of the 8 areas which are mentioned in the earlier slide. Those are the areas that are forming the professionalization framework. We've been working with the public service administration. We've been working with all other professions in the health sector, in the finance sector, in terms of the whole process of professionalization. And I think you would have seen from the professional framework of the public sector that there's an emphasis on professional bodies' role and also for people to be members of professional bodies. And the whole issue of us, if you go to page 65, you will realize that we are starting with the issue of saying, for me to be accepted by University of Pretoria, since I'm in Pretoria, it's necessary that that faculty of education needs to adhere to the minimum requirements for entry into initial teacher education. It can't be business as usual that because I failed not to do well in my qualification, human resource qualification somewhere, therefore I run to education as a last resort. And therefore that particular process, which says it's working collaboratively with the higher education sector, in terms of faculties of education and education deans forum, is to say, what minimum requirements can we have over and above the AP score? Because AP score can give you maximum points, 45 points. However, you might not necessarily be a good material to become a teacher. And therefore, we're working with them on that. But then we are also saying mandatory professional registration of student teachers from year 1. That will see number 2, that's what it's saying. And part of that is also saying programs that are being offered to these student teachers, SACE will accredit them in collaboration with Council on Higher Education in order to make sure that the programs are fit for purpose. because we've got an outcry to say universities are not giving us what we want, blah, blah, blah. And therefore that will deal with that, and so on and so on. I don't, in the interest of time, let me not go through the 8 focus areas, but towards the end, you would see that there's mandatory continuing professional development, which is there to make sure that as teachers, we maintain the license that we've been given to practice in the teaching profession. So that's the framework that we're having in terms of that particular area. And linked to that, there's an issue from Honorable Nodada to say, if we're talking about that, how far are we in terms of monitoring the development of policies and frameworks and all that? These are the issues that have been identified in the midterm review that we need to fast track that. Indeed, while they are not specific in the APP, but program number 5 in terms of sub-program 2, which is talking about the interventions in terms of the professionalization areas, is referring to that. Maybe we should have been specific in terms of the policies. There's a policy on professional certification that should be linked to the induction. There's also policy around the entire professionalization. What does it mean in the sector? And that's also what we presented to Lakota in January in terms of the entire process of making sure that we deal with issues of professionalization. Then I'll move to Honorable Litsi. My colleague will deal with issues of accountability, 78%, so that we can understand it in context. Issues around professionalization I've dealt with, and then my colleague, the CFO will deal with IT enhancement, and also issues around funding that you've raised. There's a general issue around the ethical cases that I need to maybe just, without going to individuals, just to deal with. I think in the last sitting that we presented the annual report, one of the key issues that we labored was the issue of ethical misconduct. But in addition to that was a plea from SACE to say, is it possible for us to really have a workshop session with the portfolio committee so that we can be able to unpack what does it mean to really deal with one case from A up to Z? And also, what are the implications when you have 2 million to deal with almost 900 cases? And also, what does it mean when you've got an all-encompassing code that we want to review that has got relationships across all the areas? You are bound to have absolutely everyone in the system sending cases to SACE, but also the understanding that there are cases also that are being sent to employers. There are cases, for example, sexual misconduct cases. You've got ELRC resolution of 2018 that is saying all sexual misconduct cases in the schooling sector, from public schooling sector, should be dealt with through the ELRC. So if we don't have that session to understand this network, this interrelations, who's who in the zoo and who's doing what in as far as these cases are concerned, and what are the implications for SACE having sanctions that are supposed to be effected, for example, by the 9 provincial education departments and employers, and we don't have authority, for example, struck off Ella from the register. As SACE, I don't have authority to pick Ella out with his books and bags and throw her out of the classroom. We're relying on the 9 provincial education departments, you're relying on independent schooling, you're relying on SGB associations as employers of educators that are employed through SASA to be able to effect or enforce that particular process. So those are the legislative issues also as part of our review process, SACE review process, and possibly the SACE amendment process that we need to bring in, because as long as you've got those hurdles from a legislative point of view, but from resource point of view, and also not understanding the dynamics around what it means to take one case. And I'm linking this also to what Honorable Mokoto asked, whether do we have cases that are remaining? Of course, it's inevitable not to have those. And I always give an example of end of financial year. I've got 300 cases that came in. They come in 1st March. There's no way, even if you've got 1 million, that you could have done those 300 cases between 1st of January and 1st of March and end of March. And therefore, the environment within which cases are being dealt with is so much different from your ordinary environment that you could understand. And that is why you would have seen from the APP that we reduce the targets drastically, because otherwise we are being assessed unfairly on some of the things that we do not have control over, in terms of what we receive, in terms of what people are reporting, in terms of the resources, in terms of all those kind of issues. Be that as it may, it can be an excuse at the same time of not dealing with what we receive. We can only do as much as possible, or as much as we can be in a position to afford from a resource point of view, but also as much as what come into us timeously, so that we can be able to deal with those cases accordingly. And I also want to, having spoken about the impact of all those kind of issues, I also need to talk about supply and demand database that I think it was raised by Honorable Mokoto. One of the issues, I think if you check program 6, you would have realized that we've got a project that we're working on teacher supply and demand. We've realized that many of the institutions, including the current research that is being dealt with through by Department of Higher Education, DBE, and also the Stellenbosch researchers, it's focusing largely on the quantitative aspects. And one of the things that we are doing at SACE, each educator that registers submit the transcript, the original transcript in terms of what is it that I've done. And that information is being utilized currently to say, how do we contribute to the existing research that is being done by DHET in terms of its resources, and also DBE, and also, as well as Stellenbosch, to look into the areas of specialization for educators that we registered in the last 3 to 5 years. The task is mammoth, but we've tried, and we are starting. We'll see how useful is it in terms of informing the quantitative aspects that are being dealt with, so that we bring in the qualitative aspects. It's also assisting us, because even with the student teachers, we're trying to look at what is it that they are specializing in, so that when you do your projections and forecasting, you can be in a position to say a certain percentage of teachers that are coming will be trained in this following areas. And we may need to also advise universities not to be training more in these areas, because we are sitting with a whole lot of unemployed teachers that cannot be absorbed in the system because of those kind of issues that are there. I'm now moving to Honorable Van der Walt, and also Honorable Nodada. I think also there's another honorable, it's just that I can't see my writing quickly. Categorization of cases. So when we receive the cases, there are predetermined categories that we have. Maybe what we're not doing enough is when we communicate and when we do the reporting, that we don't uplift those categories, except for sexual misconduct and also your corporal punishment, so that you can see across the spectrum in terms of which areas are in terms of the trends are really high. However, I can agree in terms of the specific areas, zooming down to circuits, to schools and all that, we need to do something. But at provincial level, we've got data. District, we're starting to have data, but maybe we need to also capture data in terms of the types of schools and also the circuits where those schools are, so that that information can be used for continuing professional development as well, for advocacy, but also for informing the entire teaching profession. Honorable, okay, the CFO will also give progress on the Northern Cape office chairperson. Slide, I think, yeah, I think I've tried to deal with most of the issues. My colleagues will try and deal with the gaps in terms of other areas. Maybe let me start with Mesopete. There was an issue raised by Honorable Litsia in terms of accountability, the 78% issue. But I think there was another thing that I said you need to deal with. Thanks.
Thank you, CEO. CEO, with regards to the question on the audit, the report, when it was finalized, it was in September, and that's when the audit was being wrapped up as well. So what we have here of that 78%, the numerator and denominator, there are 45 audit recommendations. And then what we implemented was 36. So out of 9 of the audit recommendation, it's both internal and external audits. So out of 9 of these internal and external audits, we have 6 internal ones, and we have only 3 that are external ones. So the report that you would see in the status of that outcome indicator, it was as at September, but thus far we have made roadways with regards to implementing those, because we have also had monthly meetings that we are dealing with the internal and external audit in order for us to also prepare for the external audit. So most of those 9 internal and external audit recommendations have been implemented to date. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. CFO, if you can just finalize the remaining on IT and finance, as well as the provincial SACE offices, so that we can conclude.
Thank you, CEO. Let me start with the one dealing with the spending or on administration. Why is it more than 50% compared to the mandatory functions? It so happens because SACE, it's a unique organization in the sense that it depends on the levies collected from educators. And for the council to increase the levies, it has to do consultations, which sometimes takes longer than expected. So as it's taking longer, we have fixed costs, which in most cases are rising, like contractual obligations, like municipal rates, cost of employees. They are ever rising beyond our own control, and therefore they increase the administrative expenditure, whereby we are forced to honor those because mostly they are contractual obligations that we cannot avoid. And as such, you find that during that period, we are struggling or we're busy trying to negotiate for the review of the levies to go up. The percentage of administrative expenses becomes higher than the operating, because the higher the administrative cost, then we're compelled to reduce the mandatory budget. In terms of the establishment of provincial office in the Northern Cape, the council has already worked on the feasibility study. That feasibility study, it's almost concluded. It's only that it could not be finalized pending the discussion of review of levies, because the moment they finalize, it becomes a commitment which is carrying a financial commitment, which will increase the administrative cost, which therefore the council aligned that project with the funding, review of funding. So once it finalizes the funding, it will be finalized same time. That provincial office would be finalized same time. It was done, it's almost at the end. It's just that could not finalize its decision because of the uncertainty of funding, which even in the entire presentation, we're talking of the financial pressure, and that becomes a financial commitment. So we have to guarantee the revenue first before we commit, we take a decision, which a financial decision, which becomes a financial commitment. In terms of the IT enhancements, there is a system integration of the organization, which we will be sending out a bid or a tender to improve the infrastructure from the level where it is now. The council is not comfortable, it's not satisfied with the level of IT efficiency that it has now. So there is that process of integration. The integration includes the improvement or development, which will take into account the latest development in terms of the space in which we operate and the requirements in terms of the latest legislations in line with the other institutions which are operating with us within the same space. In addition to that, there is another initiative whereby the Department of Education and ECT and SACE are forging a platform whereby they will be able to share the educator information amongst themselves for the benefit of the teaching profession. That process is on. It's alive and it's moving very well. So it adds to the improvement in terms of the IT enhancement. Then coming to the CPTD funding, let me be honest here. Sometimes honesty, you have to blame yourself. As SACE, we have been getting CPTD funding. It has got a long history, but there is no year we never received money. And on the other hand, there's no year we have utilized the money fully. Historically, when you check our financial statements, have got deferred grant, which means at the end of the year, we were left with some money. We have been leaving 2.8 million, 3 million, 2.9 million in consecutive years. Then the department, under the leadership of the DDG, current DDG, all along have been working with us, and he gets into serious pains to explain why shouldn't we utilize the money, because to him, not utilizing the money means we did not deliver the expectation. And he has been with us even after the last year's audit, trying to assist us in terms of using or delivering better. So they can't give us money if we're not spending fully. That one, there is a record to that. And what the council have picked up, it's a capacity, its own capacity, that the council had its own challenges in terms of capacity to deliver the expected outcome. And that's why the council embarked on job evaluation. One of the areas was regarding the divisions which had to deal with such funding. So the job evaluation, the council got into it with the understanding that when it renews itself and adjusts its own internal operation, it will be able to deliver maximally. So, Chair, let me indicate that the department has been with us and it's always with us, supporting us. Even now, they are funding one of our conference in April. Now, directly, in addition to the CPTD funding that we are getting every year. So we are getting good support, and we hope with the interaction that we have and with the capacity that the council will build, we'll be able to make a motivation, and they will be able to assist in terms of funding our initiatives regarding the CPTD. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. I think we tried to answer all. Some of them are combined. We will be alerted if there's anything that we did not respond to. Thanks.
Chairperson.
Yes, Mama Khotu.
I would like to make a follow-up because I didn't hear the SACE entity answering some of my questions. For example, they didn't answer this one. What is SACE plan to protect the victims against possible abuse? I didn't get the answer of that one. And then I also wanted to know what measures have they put in place in order to reduce the number of disciplinary hearings of educators who appear before the council due to the use of corporal punishment. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, they will respond. I see your hand is up, DG.
Lord Chair, thank you very much. Chair, do you allow me?
Yes, continue.
Thank you very much. Mine was almost prematurely until Honorable Mukhotu. I wanted to commend the two CEOs and their teams for having acquainted themselves well in responding to the questions. But on a lighter note, Chair, I acknowledge and observe that SACE has appreciated the support that we have provided to them. But only the CFO of Umalusi acknowledged that we gave them something. The CEO did not acknowledge that Mr. Kuno and myself had to steal from Peter to pay Paul. But also the CEO of Umalusi did not indicate that both SACE and Umalusi have been poaching staff from DBE. And I want to announce that I'm going to start poaching from them. That's just on a lighter note. The last one is that given the discussions that we have had this afternoon, my humble recommendation to you, Chair, and to honorable members, that we should never ever have meetings in the evening, given what happened last time. Thank you very much.
Chairperson.
Can you allow Mama Khotu, can you allow SACE to respond first? Is there
Okay.
anything you want to add before they respond, or?
No, it's
you are speaking on the.
Yes, I was just going to say I'm not yet answered. Thank you.
Yes, no problem. Okay. Meela, can you please
Thanks,
respond
Chair.
to?
No, we were waiting for honorable member to give us an opportunity. Chair, the protection of, remember, SACE jurisdiction is on teachers. It is difficult, let me be honest, to be dealing with issues of learners. We try by all means to have people from social development, although it's not possible at all times. Sometimes we use the teachers within the school or the principals or even the same parents to accompany the children and also give them support and all that. But beyond that, the issues within the schooling environment in as far as learners are concerned, also taking into account the fact that the same case that is reported to SACE is also reported to the department, to ELRC, to the criminal justice system, it's difficult for SACE with its limited resources to have a plan that will physically and otherwise protect the children as abusers, sorry, as the abused people. That we can only deal with what we can manage in as far as our mandate and resources are concerned. But obviously, like I'm saying, where possible, we involve other relevant departments like your teddy bear clinic. It's another partner that we use sometimes to be able to protect these children, and also see to a certain extent how can we use the children's courts. We don't have those facilities. You will rely then on Department of Justice to say to what an extent do they have availability space when you deal with those cases, to be so that the children cannot see the perpetrator when they deal with the case. So that's as far as I can respond to that one. Reduced number of cases, it's a difficult one. I'm not going to sit in front of the portfolio and claim that as SACE we can be in a position to reduce the numbers. Yes, we are advocating on corporal punishment. There are legislative mandates that are there. There are international declarations that are there. We've got webinars that we share almost every week with educators in terms of the code of professional ethics. Remember, we can only deal with supporting our educators on professional matters that are within council. However, if it means positive discipline, if it means, and I don't want to talk about alternative to corporal punishment because you're still saying they must punish, but alternatively. So those other areas of saying what development is being provided to the educators to be able to not deal with these issues, it is the responsibility of the providers. But I also want to indicate the reason why we're dealing with corporal punishment and sexual misconduct cases in terms of a review and analysis process. Not that we haven't been analyzing, we've been analyzing. However, we realize these issues are not going away. And therefore, there's a need to do deeper analysis. And if you listened to Ms. Sopeto when she was presenting, she indicated we even went to an extent of finding the specialists in psychology, specialists in social issues, to say, if you have, and I always give this example, a teacher that would take children and say they must every day force them to put their semen into a container and take that container away. I mean, what kind of a person is that? It has gone beyond even the one who would take vibrator and penetrate a young girl. These are the people that have gone beyond listening to advocacy, listening to key messages, listening to all these things that we are saying. Then it means there's another factor that we are not looking at. And we're trying to say, can we get into that mind and understand what is really happening? The analysis that we've done also, as I've reported before, it's telling us it's largely your two-faced kind. Those educators that are even more helpful in communities that will never expect anything. In terms of their approach, in terms of their manner, their look, they are so 100%. However, beyond that, they are masking certain things. And therefore, from a social perspective, from an economical perspective, you won't be able to deal with those issues alone unless you get into the psychological issue. However, we can do as far as we can guide, we can advocate, we can raise the issues. At the end of the day, it's up to the individual to take responsibility of not abusing, the learner of not abusing the fellow colleague. Even it has gone to an extent of them, some of them raping parents of the same learners that they're teaching. So it's a broader gender-based violence that is in the country, not only in classrooms and schools, but it's affecting the country as a whole. So our contribution, Chair, it's as little as that, given our jurisdiction, our mandate, and also the kind of resources that we have. Thanks.
No, thank you very much, SACE and Umalusi. There are many questions that were raised by honorable members. You can see that even the time will tell that we actually took longer than we supposed to do. Our meeting was supposed to end at 12 o'clock, but now it's 10 minutes to 2. And what I've noticed is that SACE have acknowledged many, questions in their responses that honorable members are correct. And I hope that the questions that were raised by honorable members will strengthen their presentation, because many of those responses, you can see that they change year in, year out. Same thing, you ask this year, you ask last year, you get a different answer. So there's a need for SACE to go back and really relook into their presentation and what the honorable members have asked, and seek to strengthen their presentation, because really we can't deal with this, because it's like we SACE doesn't know what is it that they stand for. I don't want us to go into details of their responses and the likes, but I would want us, Mr. Brown, to submit written questions that were not thoroughly responded to, or that were contrary to what SACE is said in their presentation and in their responses. We'll leave it there for now. We'll communicate with SACE, with you, BELA, and find a solution on this matters that honorable members have raised. Can I release the two entities so that we are left as members of the portfolio committee to deal with other matters? Dr. Rakumetse, thank you so much with your team, and also congratulations with your second decade or 2 decades of unbroken service of quality assuring our qualifications in this country and our institutions, and continue to do the good work. You are one of the entities that continuously receive clean audits. It shows the good governance in your institution. We wish you well, and we continue to learn a lot. We continue to learn a lot from this kind of engagements. Thank you very much. BELA will be in touch with you. Thank you very much. You are all released. DG, thank you very much, and your team, you are also released. Members, please remain behind.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, honorable members, CEOs, and management.
Thank you.
Colleagues, thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Fiscal science. Much about subject advisor, DJ, our
Mr. Brown, are this the minutes of the 14th of March? Briefing by the department on their strategic plans, annual performance plans, and budget allocations. Okay. That was the attendance of members and the department. The introduction there, the chair welcomed the delegation led by the minister and handed over to Onama Wasatla. Please mute
Principal, Mr. Brown, can you
Hello?
mute him? Okay. Yes, you can go up, Mr. Brown. I'll go down. We considered the draft minutes and draft reports of the 7th of March, 2023. And then we engaged on the BELA bill processing and public hearing. I hope it has something to do with the letter that was, or this was only the processing and not the letter of Honorable Sukers. You can see, members, we requested that the times must change to suit the members for traveling purposes. You can continue, Mr. Brown, go down. The meeting adjourned at 12:20. Okay. And the next date of date of the meeting of the 22nd was announced. Okay, the next meeting minutes. Do we have another set of minutes?
Chair, yes, we do have, but we have a mover and a seconder for this set.
Oh, you are tired. Okay, members, there are the minutes of the 14th of March, 2023. Can I get members to talk to the minutes whether there are any corrections to the minutes?
Sorry, Chair, my hand has been up.
Okay, Honorable Mogatsetla and Honorable Litie.
Mine was to move, but I think Honorable Litie might be having something to effect as a change. And if not so, can he kindly allow the senior citizens to move? He will second.
Honorable Litie, do you have any addition or subtraction or corrections in the minutes?
I'm seconding the senior citizen, Honorable Tsatlane, adopting the minutes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, honorable members. Can we then move to the second set of minutes? These are the minutes of the 22nd of March, 2023 on a virtual platform that started at 9 o'clock in the evening. The attendance register of members that attended, apologies, and also staff members that were there from Parliament and DBE. This was regarding the first item was regarding the postponement or request on the postponement and improved over organization of public hearings on the BELA bill. You can go down, Mr. Brown. The letter was written by Honorable Sukers. Members deliberated on the matter and make their own recommendations. And then we received the briefing from the Department of Basic Education on the strat plan, APPs and budget, led by the Minister. And the request was made by honorable members to have individual or focused
presentation on the NSNP, scholar transport, learner dropout, ECD centers, some of them infrastructure and the likes. And then the meeting adjourned at 12:15 a.m. And then this date of today was announced, the meeting adjourned. Can we then move to correct the minutes, add, subtract, any addition? If there's none, can we then move to adopt the minutes? Honorable Mwasetla, senior citizen.
The fossils. Chairperson, I rise to move that this set of minutes be adopted as a true reflection of what transpired on that very special day.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Morena Litsie.
Thank you very much, Chair. I move to second the minutes of the meeting that ended after midnight. Thank you.
Okay, no, thank you very much. Mr. Brown, is there anything else? Another set?
Yes, Chair. This is an old report. We never got to adopt it, but the members had received this quite a few times already. But just for formal consideration of that second and third quarter report of the department. Thank you.
Okay. But where's the date? Doesn't have a date. When was it presented here? Or 28th of February. Okay, I see it now. Members say there is the report of the second and quarter of the department that was presented in February the 28th. If there was a house sitting, would be late for joining in now. It's two quarterly reports that we agreed to deal with in one day. Those are the recommendations by the committee. And the report was noted and to be considered. That is a report, honorable members. Any additions, honorable Litsie? If not, then move to adopt the report. Honorable Litsie?
Yes, Chairperson, thank you very much. Nothing to add, no subtract. Litsirele holo mo kwena mo koti di move our report wena ya basic education ya second and third quarter ya mohelwa ke leloko ka moka. Ke a leboha.
Re leboha Morena Letsie, Tate Moratshetla.
Modulasetulo, ntlha ena e reiswang ke Re Letsie wa botlhano ya gore report ena e amoelwe ke a e tlaleletša le nna bjale ka leloko. Nda.
No, ke leboga go menagane, honorable members. The report has been adopted. Anything else, Mr. Brown?
Chairperson, there's a tentative draft program for the second term. Of course, members do not have a copy of that. It's something that I thought, time allowing, we would have been able to, as a committee, engage on. But I'm in your hands, Honourable Adwins.
Okay. No, can you please flag the draft program? I think as committee, we really need to engage in it and move to give you go ahead, because I think there's nothing we can do or plan without us as committee have looked into the program or the draft program and adopt it so that you are able to make necessary work and processes that must unfold. As now, today is our last day, and we will be going for recess, coming back on, I think, on the 18th of 17th of April. So we'll be out we'll be home for 2 weeks. So other things need to be processed so that we are not going to fail in making sure that we do our work. So for the planning purposes, I request that members we deal with the draft program, and if members would feel that they want to add, they want to change, or they want to make any inputs into the program, then we talk to the program as it is presented to us. I'm sure we're in agreement, members. I don't think it will take long. I know we're tired. We've been sitting since 9 o'clock, which is unhealthy to begin with. It's 2 o'clock. If maybe we can, it's 8 minutes past 2. If we can push up until at least 20 past 2, then we close the meeting and go to rest and go to recess and do constituency work. Are we in agreement? Can I get a go ahead? Members, are you still
agree,
here?
Chair.
I've been speaking. Okay, Mafandawal, thank you. Mr. Brown, can you lead us on this one?
Thank you, Chairperson. As you indicated, the second term will start again in April, second week. We have, as per the directive from the committee, that we would have our first session to deal with the letter from Honourable Sukkers. There was a few items that there was an agreement that we would deal with them at our first meeting. That would also include our preparations for the hearings going forward in respect of the BELA bill. We would more than likely have the time then also to adopt our report on the budget vote, which we will make available to members once that is once we have concluded on that. Chair, then the following week to look at. So these are some of the items that we've added into the program in respect of our last engagement with DBE on the budget vote. There was quite a few items that members really felt that we needed to receive briefings on. One of them is the issue of the learner dropouts within the system. Now, Chair, yes, this is where we start with probably our first set of hearings. The timing is in that the Thursday is a holiday at the 27th, Freedom Day. we were hoping, and we will be guided by the committee, that to try and maybe leave either the Thursday evening or early the Friday morning to do our hearings in Gauteng. Now, we've agreed that when we do Gauteng, to also try and do that one district in Mpumalanga, which was Gauteng. Again, it's a difficult one because the Monday, the 1st of May, it is a holiday. And then try and maybe do it on the Tuesday. It would mean members will have to be with us on the day off on Monday the 1st. The other option is to maybe shift it to another, just to swap them around with the next set of hearings, which is in KZN, but I'll get there now. Chair, we'll probably not have a meeting that week 3 because of the fact that if we agree to do the hearings in Gauteng and Mpumalanga and Gauteng, we'll probably be on the road on the Tuesday, or Tuesday late afternoon, or maybe the Wednesday morning. Of course, we would have had the time now to call on KZN and DBE to brief us on our last set of oversights that we had in January, February. This is something that members always request that we have to program, is to get feedback and responses from KZN in respect of the oversight and the recommendations that we may have had. That brings us to our second set of public hearings, Chair. That will be in KwaZulu-Natal. That would be scheduled for that week of the 11th to the 15th. Thursday the 11th, we leave and we'll return on Monday the 15th. Now on this one, Chair and members, if we decide that because of the holidays, especially the holiday on the Monday at our first set in Gauteng, we are able to swap these two around, if you want to consider that, because at least Gauteng, we would have had an extra set of hearings in Gauteng, which would have impacted on the holidays. It wouldn't have been the case for KZN. So that's something to consider. And then there are a few items, as I indicated, that from our engagement with the department, that members felt we should try and factor in some of these items, because these are things that keeps on coming up in the meetings, and for the department to maybe just come and brief us. That's on school nutrition, scholar transport, and social cohesion programs. Chair, we will then also have I think that might be a mistake. I think the dropouts we've already dealt with. We've just got to find, I'm just having to check my program as to what we've slotted in there. I apologize for that. The dropouts would have been dealt with, but it brings us to our third set of hearings, Chairperson, and those will be held in the Western Cape. The 3 districts still to be identified. This will be followed by the presentation on the committee's strat plan, and also on issues of ECD and comprehensive, the ECD and comprehensive progress report on ECD. Our fourth set of hearings, Chair, would be in the Northern Cape. Also, once again, 3 districts still to be identified. And that brings us to our last meeting for that term. It's only 8 weeks, and we hope to get a brief from DIRCO and the International Relations Unit in respect of our possible international tour. That is something that we've thought we needed to program into this term, so that we are on par with any requirements that for the international trip. Our last set of hearings in the province will be the Eastern Cape, and that is around the 8th of June. And that is again also the districts will be identified for Eastern Cape for that period. Now, having engaged with my unit manager, Mr. Bundy, we are not the only committee that is doing the public hearings once again, and there are going to be some clashes, and we've tried our best to juggle the hearings around so that we minimize the clashing with other public hearings to ensure that we have the necessary support for them. unfortunately, it would mean that we actually, our last 3 hearings, that will be Western Cape, Northern Cape, and Eastern Cape, will be back to back, in the sense that we will again have to travel, coming home on the Monday and having to travel again on the Thursday. But that is more or less the program, members and chairperson. I saw that I made a bit of a mistake on the week of the 23rd of May. I think we just have to find a space for another briefing, because this one is dealt with earlier on in the program. My apologies for that one. Chairperson, that's more or less it. My main concern, as I indicated earlier, is that first set in Gauteng with the two holidays in between, and we can decide that we might want to just swap them around with KZN, which would allow us a bit more space. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. I'm trying to locate the school dropout that you are mentioning. It's here on the, I think, the 25th of April. That's what we're talking about.
That's correct, Chair. I have the issue of the learner dropouts on the 25th of April, but further down, if you just give me a second, I think I may have inadvertently added that same item somewhere else on the 23rd of May, which we may now just have. It creates space for something else. We can decide on that. Apologies for that.
Okay, no, it's fine. Honorable Litsi, I see your hand is up. Members, here's the draft program for term 2. Honorable Mogasetla. There are only 2 hands. I will allow those hands then to reflect on the program.
Thanks, Chair. One, Mr. Brown, I've not seen anything on the BRRR. And generally, this is the period where we deal with the budgetary review. So I've not seen it on the program. Maybe clarify us there. And secondly, I would maybe propose that I know it will require a lot of traveling, Chair, but that we move. Obviously, I'm seeking your indulgence. The Mpumalanga, that one leg of Mpumalanga, we combined it with KwaZulu-Natal, noting that in KwaZulu-Natal we would be moving from Durban, which is an hour's flight from Johannesburg. We can then get an early flight from KwaZulu-Natal, and then maybe go to Mpumalanga that time. So that's the proposal that I'm making, that immediately when we finish the Mpumalanga one, or the KZN one, on Monday, the 15th of May, maybe we can then check if it's possible, if we can't do it on Tuesday, the 16th of May in Mpumalanga. And then lastly, our initial proposal earlier this year or late last year was that we will then do the US trip, Mr. Brown, in around June. I'm also seeing that we're closing around the 18th of June, if I'm not mistaken. And we're only getting the briefing from DERCO, so we are on the 6th of June. I'm not seeing when will that trip be. Is it, do we have time for the 13th of June? or that week till the 19th of June? What's the plan? Is that, are we now moving the international study tour away from the second term? Thank you very much, Chair. This one, Chair, if we move it away, noting that Parliament would be probably 5 months away from elections, work month. Will it be possible to do the study tour after from the third term? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Morena Letsie. Honorable Mogwatshekga.
Modulastulo, in the main, yes, I wanted to get clarity with regard to our study tour, international study tour. But I think I have been covered by Ndate Letsie. And of course, I register the same fears that if we keep on shifting it, should it be shifted, we allow it to be shifted, there shall come a time where Parliament would have to close the curtain for all study tours, let alone international study tours. So I just wanted to raise this as a caution. But secondly, Chairperson, I feel given the time constraints, it is now 2:20. Given the time constraints, and given the fact that we can't close this meeting without having adopted this planning, it is going to be important for us to say, after highlighting those cardinal points, we arrive at a point where we will have to adopt this quarterly program in principle, underlying the word in principle, for Menko to go and sit and apply her mind on those salient points as raised, for this committee to move. We can't rise now without having adopted the quarterly plan. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, honorable members. Mr. Brown made us aware that there is a letter that indicates that we might have to move around our, more especially our public hearings. And principal is requesting that Manco must look into such issues that are raised. Mr. Brown, on the issue raised by Honorable Letsie of the BRRR.
No, thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable Letsie, for the question. Normally, Chairperson, the budget review and recommendation process normally happens in the third term. That is when we deal with the annual reports. Third term, early fourth term is when we normally deal with the department and the entity's annual reports. And that is where we put together the BRRR process and adopt a report on that. So that won't happen in the second term, Honorable Letsie. It's normally scheduled for once the department and the entities have tabled their annual reports, which normally happens around, I speak under correction, but it is around September, early October. That's when we deal with the BRRR's Chairperson. And on the other matters, I'm sure, Honorable Chairperson, you will give a directive on those. Safe to say that the date for the international trip has always been June, and we haven't moved from those dates as yet. So it's around end of June that we will hopefully be able to do the international study tour. And as Chairperson indicates, that we may have to move around some of the hearings as per the directive from our offices, and see how best we can accommodate. And I will keep Honorable Letsy's recommendation that we move the Kherti Banda one to fall in line with KZN. That's something, Chair, that I'm sure the MANCO will also consider. Thank you.
Okay. No, thank you, Mr. Brown. Can I check with you the first week when you come back from recess? The week of, is it the 17th to the 22nd? We're not going to have a public hearing. If maybe we can utilize that week, there are no public holidays on that one, and maybe leave the one of the 27th because of the long weekends and the public holidays. As you have also indicated, we might also find it difficult even to get some work done. I don't know, maybe if, is it possible, maybe if we can start our public hearing on the same week rather than leaving it to that long, to that weekend that has many public holidays. But that is the first one. And the second one is also, but it's something that I think Honorable Mwasetla has also alluded to, that MANCO must sit and check the suitable dates, not taking anything out of the program, but finding suitable dates and time. And we must also be mindful of the sittings in the House or in Parliament. That will be also be dealing with budget. There will be budget vote debates and budget adoption and all those things of those budget vote. So I think we must also be mindful of that. I think maybe Honorable CEO wanted to make us aware of such. But maybe if we can call that meeting, we can avail ourselves as MANCO to come and address these issues and make sure that you also have an ample time to work on the plans and the processes that must unfold in making sure that our meetings and programs will not fail. Can we maybe take it in that spirit, that whatever it is that is in the program will stay as it is, but we'll have just to move around dates in accommodating the letter of Mr. Bandi and the recommendations by honorable members.
Agreed, Chair. And I second the adoption of the agenda with the rider you've just put. Thanks.
Oh, no, all right. Thank you very much. If there's nothing else, Mr. Brown, is there anything else that we need to discuss before we adjourn the meeting?
Thank you, Chairperson. There's nothing from our side. Thank you.
Okay. No, thank you very much, honorable members. I know it has been a long and stretchy exercise for us. I appreciate your patience and your robust engagement with the two presentation of the two entities of basic education, Umalusi and SACE. Let's go and rest on our members. For those that will be having their congresses and conferences, we wish you all the best. On our notata fan sale and fan sale and Kane Omuki Van der Walt.
In Desiree van der Walt, Chair.
You are being replaced by Van Zyl now. I'm
I
not
see
sure.
so. I see so.
No.
No,
Moving
all
the
the best in
veterans
your
away.
all the best in your conference. Members, those that will be going to their constituency period, let's go down to our constituencies and work for our communities that put us into these positions. Mr. Brown and the teams is posh. I know for you there's no rest. You are going to work. We're hoping that when you come back from recess, we'll get our necessary reports and all things will be in order. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much. Thank
you
you
very much. All
The
the
meeting
best.
is
All the best, Desiree, and everybody who's contesting there in your political party.
Not contesting, voting.
Yes, those who are voting.